Chapter 1. There has been a large war between two of the biggest and strongest packs, the Locked Hearts Pack and the Black Roses Wolf Pack, which has been going on for more than 5 years. During the war, 2 werewolves were born under the blue moon. It is said in a prophecy that twins born on the same day under the blue moon will have incredible power to either bring peace and harmony or darkness and destruction upon the werewolf race. The bloody war intensifies after hearing the news of twin werewolves born during the blue moon. Both packs fought to the death to either protect or acquire the twins. The night was dark, with only a sliver of the moon's light shining upon the battlefield. Dark, thick forest trees provided protection for the Grey family, helping them to flee the ongoing war to a safe place for their family. Howls can be heard, victory howls and defeated howls, as well as howls for the loss of their loved ones. The Grey family managed to escape the battlefield, but before they could enter another pack's territory, a pack of Rouges ambushed them. Annabelle and Arthur Grey both fought hard to protect their children from the Rouges. Cordelia, along with her twin Connor, was hiding behind a large tree. It was too dark for them to see the single wolf creeping silently towards them. Cordelia screamed as loud as she could, and her twin tried his best to fight against the rogue, but he overpowered them and managed to take Connor. Cordelia ran towards their parents, where she could see her older brother, Jake, fighting alongside them, with her younger brother, Nick, hiding in the bushes. She told her parents that the rogue took Connor, and they both ran in the direction Connor was taken. Ever since then, little did Cordelia know that it would be the last time she would ever see her twin and her parents again. Her brother Jake managed to protect them from wild animals and provide as much shelter and food as he could muster in the forest. After walking for several weeks, the 3 siblings found themselves in another pack's territory, the Silver Moon Pack, which welcomed them to their pack. 3 years have passed since the night Connor and their parents were captured. Cordelia had her first shift, and she shifted to a beautiful pure white wolf with a silver line curving around her tail in a complex combination of twists that ended at the tip of her tail. Her blue human eyes shone brightly in her wolf form with white specks along her irises. Her other brothers were jealous of her wolf because theirs were plain and ordinary, whereas hers were rare and beautiful. Present Cordelia's POVO. I winced at Heather's high-pitched voice. "Watch where you're going, slut," she yelled at me. I mentally scoffed, the irony of the school's slut calling me one when I'm the most innocent person here. "I'm sorry, Heather. I didn't see you there." I dropped my gaze and shifted my foot from one to another while Heather continued to yell at me for accidentally bumping into her. In my mind, I was mentally choking her. Why does she get so upset? I didn't mean to bump into her. The stupid jarks purposely shoved my shoulders, which resulted in me bumping my side to her. "Listen when I'm talking to you, ugly pig," Heather yelled. "What the fuck is going on here?" Jake appeared and oh no, he seems pissed. Very, very pissed. I wonder if I can be invisible and run to the girls' restroom. I mentally chuckled. No such luck, the cheerleaders would probably find me and drag me back to my brother anyway. "Cordelia, I left you for several minutes, and you've already wreaked havoc in the school. You're nothing but a nuisance." Jake pinned me against the wall with his fingers curling around my throat. I tried to pry his hands off, but he only tightened his hold on me. I looked around, trying to ask for help from other students. But all they did was snicker and laugh at me. Some even encouraged Jake to finish me off and dump me somewhere. I was choking and coughing when he finally let me go. I probably have a bruise there later on. I look up and gaze at my big brother. Why does he do this to us? He's supposed to protect us. I whimpered. He did protect us when we were kids, my inner wolf replied in my head. Then why did he stop protecting us? Why is he the one inflicting pain on us? I drop my gaze as silent tears fall on the ground. Jake gripped a chunk of my brown hair and yanked on it painfully. "Oh, Jake, it hurts. Please let me go," I begged. Jake laughed at my apparent pain and dragged me outside of school towards the car parking lot. My tears were still falling, it wouldn't stop. "He's going to dump us again," I yelled in my head. "Be strong, Cordelia. We can endure this." Even though my wolf sounded strong, I knew she was just as scared as I was. "Jake, please." I begged one last time. "No, "Can do, little sis." I could hear the venom dripping from his mouth with those words. "You need to be punished so you can remember your place." I struggled against his iron grip one more time before he picked me up and threw me inside the school dumpster. I was surrounded by gunk, grease, and a foul smell that made me gag because of my enhanced aroma and taste. I groped around, searching for the edge of the dumpster, and managed to haul myself out of the foul thing. I looked down at myself and noticed that my top was ripped in several places, and my good jeans were also stained with stuff even I didn't want to know about. I ran my fingers through my ponytail and came across some brown, green, and yellow-colored gunk. Oh my God! I think I'm going to gag again. I quickly got up on my 2 feet, but before I could get 3 steps away from the parking lot, a sweet, intoxicating scent made its way to my nose. No, it wasn't the garbage smell around me. The intoxicating scent smelled of wood and earth, and there was a hint of mint with a kind of spiciness to it. I looked up and found myself gazing into deep green eyes. My eyes look up and down, and I find myself standing in front of a tall, very muscular, extremely handsome, blonde-haired Lucas Knight, the future beater of the Silver Moon Pack. I gazed back into his eyes. Mate, mate, mate. My inner wolf kept yelling that word, and I found myself smiling despite the horrid events a while ago. Lucas kept a blank face as he also studied me. I was wearing a plain, baby blue shirt with light-washed jeans and old Converse sneakers. My brown hair was tied in a ponytail, and I bet my blue eyes showed happiness of finally finding my mate. I stepped forward as Lucas stepped backward. I tilted my head. Why is he avoiding me? Am I really that dirty and smelly? I looked down for a moment before looking back at Lucas. He had emotionless eyes as he waited for me to say something. I cleared my throat. "Lucas," I said softly. He doesn't reply. He continues to scrutinize me and doesn't say anything. Lucas he cuts me off. "Cordelia, I'm sorry, but I can't have a mate. Especially one that is hated by the whole pack. I advise you to forget about me." He finishes speaking. I could hear my heart breaking into a billion pieces. Why is he saying that? Doesn't he love us? My wolf was whimpering at Lucas' words. He's just joking, right? He doesn't mean it, right? My wolf continued pleading. "Lucas, why are you saying that? We're mates. I'm your mate, Lucas. You're mine as well," I pleaded. Tears were falling freely down my face. Lucas snarled at me. "We are not mates. I do not belong to a slut like you, nor do you belong to me," he yelled. I could feel my heart being stabbed 1,000 times. My ears were ringing with those hurtful words. "We are not mates. Make it stop." I whimpered in my head, trying to check back the tears that didn't seem to want to stop. My wolf didn't say anything. I only heard her soft whimpers. I wonder if Lucas Wolf could listen to her. I looked around and saw my younger brother Nick snarling at me. Jake was beside him and he seems pissed off again. Oh shit, what did I do now? Jake strides over to me, and I can sense danger and anger flowing from him. I'm screwed. "Cordelia." He grabs my arm forcefully. "What do you think you're doing talking to Lucas like that? I don't appreciate you lying your freaking butt off to people, especially the future beater of the pack." He snarled at me. I whimpered, and his grip tightened. "I'm not lying, Jake," I whispered. Jake chuckles. "Of course you're lying. A nuisance like you is not worthy of having someone as amazing as Lucas. Heck, you're not even worthy of being in this pack, period." I could feel the venom from those harsh words, and I couldn't hold on to the tears now streaming down my face. I looked up to Lucas, begging him to help me with my eyes, but what he did next broke my heart, which is already in a billion pieces. He smirks, turns around, and walks away, leaving me to suffer my brother's fury. I looked at Lucas back, hoping he would turn around, but he disappeared around a corner as my tears continued falling like a waterfall. Jake releases me and growls. He then started punching my stomach and kicking my legs as Nick smirked his evil smirk at me. I wrap my arms and hands around my face as Jake hits me one last time before leaving me bleeding in the parking lot. I lay there for God knows how long. I could only feel pain. Pain from rejection, pain from the beatings, and pain from missing my parents and twin. I slowly got up on my feet and started walking back home. No use staying at school. Jake will finish punishing me, and I don't think I can take another beating from him in this state. After walking for what seemed like hours, I finally arrived at the pack house. Since our parents were gone, the pack allowed us to stay here until we found our own home. I silently walked inside and slowly made my way to my tiny room. It wasn't much. It has a single bed with white sheets, a small dresser, a chair, and a sturdy desk with only a window for light. I treated my wounds and slumped back on my bed, slowly falling into a restless sleep. After probably 10 minutes sleeping, I started hearing footsteps downstairs. I knew it was my brothers, along with Lucas and Ryan, the future alpha, and several cheerleaders, or brainless bimbos in my opinion, in the living room downstairs. I tried to keep quiet as I heard footsteps coming upstairs. Lucas, I heard giggles outside my bedroom, and I knew it was Ashley, Heather's best friend. I was pretending to sleep when suddenly I heard Lucas' voice talking to Ashley. Oh shit, are they together? I know Lucas rejected me and everything, but it still really hurts to see that he would cheat on me the very same day I found him. I covered my ears with my hands, but no matter what I do, I can still hear Lucas and Ashley sucking each other's face off. My inner wolf was getting even more restless. She was hurt that Lucas not only left us, but he was also kissing someone other than us. My wolf whimpers one last time before going silent. I don't know how long I was in my bedroom, but I must have drifted to sleep, because when I woke up, it was around 4 a.m. Well, might as well get some food. I got up from my bed and noticed my clothes sticking to my skin, and I was sweating like a pig. I shivered slightly and grabbed my towel. The bathroom was fortunately empty. It's been a while since I've had a nice warm shower because Jake mostly kept me busy early in the morning, so the hot water would mostly be used up by the time I use it. After washing my hair and removing all the sweat from my body, I wrapped myself in a towel and headed to my bedroom. I don't have many clothes, so I guess a plain tank top, some black-colored jeans, and a pair of black sneakers would have to do. I took my brush and started brushing through the knots in my hair. And since werewolves have a high body temperature, my hair dries faster than that of a human. After brushing my hair, I placed it back on my desk and got out of my bedroom towards the kitchen for some breakfast. As I walked downstairs, I didn't notice another werewolf presence. Do you know who it was? It was Ashley. I could smell Lucas's scent all over her. I groaned internally as I walked towards one of the kitchen cupboards, busying myself with a helping of cereal and orange juice. No use sulking now, Lucas won't be there to care for me. I grabbed my bowl of cereal and glass of orange juice and headed towards the small kitchen island away from Ashley. As I was eating, I heard another pair of footsteps heading downstairs. I do not want to deal with anyone this early in the morning. To my surprise, it was Lucas. My wolf was excited with the close proximity, and I bet he could hear my heartbeat beating so loudly. I swallowed loudly and could hear footsteps coming towards the kitchen. Oh God, please don't let it be Jake or Nick. I glanced up to meet green eyes belonging to Lucas. Oh, shoot. My heart beats even louder than before, if that's even possible. Lucas smirked at my reaction and busied himself with a bowl of cereal. I looked up in time to see Ashley trailing behind him. I groaned again. Ashley starts kissing Lucas in front of me. Oh hell no. My wolf yells. I watch as Lucas kisses her back. Wait, kisses her back. What the fudge? I gape at Lucas kissing Ashley with love and affection. He's supposed to kiss us like that. Why is he kissing that whore? My wolf growls. He doesn't want us, remember? I don't care what they do. Do not say that. He wants us. He has to. I could hear my wolf whimpering once again. I look up and see Lucas grinning at me as he continues kissing Ashley. Hell, I am not staying here to watch anymore. I grabbed my shoulder backpack and ran as fast as I could out the front door. I didn't look around to see if anyone saw me. I don't care if they saw me, they usually ignore me anyway. I arrived at the school and noticed that I was the only one there. Hey! I looked down at my notebook calendar and noticed today is Saturday. Oh, how stupid of me. I groan and close my notebook. I turned around to make my way back to the pack house when I suddenly slammed into something hard, or, instead, someone very muscular. They didn't even flinch while I fell flat on my butt. Yep, I'm really that weak. I look up to be greeted by Nick. Oh shit, he looks annoyed. Nick smirks at me and grabs my forearm. Even though Nick is 1 year younger than I, he is still taller than my 5-foot frame. Okay, I'm also short, deal with it. Hello, big sister. Whatcha doing here on a Saturday? He smirks evilly. I gulped. Hey, Nick. I forgot it was Saturday today. I was relatively surprised my voice didn't shake, even though my whole body was visibly shaking. He is terrified when he wants to be. He bores into my eyes with his hazel eyes filled with distaste and hatred. I wonder how a brother can hate his own sister so much. I whimpered. Nick, can you let go of my arm? I asked softly. Nick grins and drags me away from the school. Oh, I'm in trouble. I looked around and noticed every other member of the pack was gathering around us. What the hell? Why are they all watching me? Well, they always ignore me, so I'm slightly surprised they are watching so intently. I glance at my younger brother's back as he drags me like a rag doll towards the back of the pack house. When we reached there, he dropped me harshly on the ground. I coughed slightly as he moved away to stand beside Jake, who snarled at me. I look around and notice I was surrounded by the whole pack with Ryan standing in the middle with his dad, Alpha Walters. Besides Alpha Kennedy Walters is his beta, Jaden Knight, with Lucas standing beside Ryan. Cordelia Gray. Alpha Walters speaks clearly as all the murmuring stops. I gulped. Yes, Alpha. I stood up but kept my gaze downcast. So good of you to join us today. The Alpha smirks as the others laugh. I lower my head as my face turns red. Now, the Alpha turns back towards the other pack members. As you all know, today, my beta and I will be handing our positions to our sons, your future Alpha and future beta. Applaud them. Alpha Walters yells enthusiastically as the others cheer, even some whistle, as the girls all giggle and swoon for their new Alpha and beta. The crowd goes silent again, and everyone turns to me. The new Alpha, Ryan, walks towards me and stops about 1 foot away from me while Lucas continues to stand beside his father. I look up to meet Ryan's stern expression as he speaks one sentence that changed my whole life. Cordelia Gray, you are hereby exiled from the Silver Moon Pack. I watch helplessly as everyone else silently agrees with his decision. I glanced towards Lucas to see that he wasn't doing anything to tell his best friend not to exile me. Instead, he nods his agreement. I was so busy with my heartbreak that I didn't notice I was crying silently. Lucas, I pleaded. You are now exiled. If you don't get your worthless self out of this territory, then every other pack member is ordered to kill you on sight. I could feel the Alpha power leaking from his words and found myself quickly walking towards the forest without so much as a backward glance towards my old packmates, who never even cared for me. Chapter 2. I kept running through the forest. I didn't know where I was going, but I do know I was running further away from the pack, that's for sure. Everywhere around me, I could feel the rustling of leaves and the movements of small forest creatures whose habitat was disturbed by my running past. As I ran, memories of my childhood came flooding back. How my parents always told me they loved me, how Jake always picked me up and carried me on his shoulders, how Connor always knew what I was feeling, how Nick always snuggled beside me when he was scared. But now everything is different. My parents are gone, my twin is missing, and my other brothers despise me. My mate rejected me and preferred Ashley. I didn't know when, but as I ran, I could feel tears streaming down my cheeks. I don't know how long I ran, but I finally reached the end of the border. If I step out of the border, I could never go back. That's when the truth caught up to me. I'm exiled. One more step, and I'm free and vulnerable at the same time. I wonder what my parents would have done if they were still here. I wonder if Connor would have followed me if I were exiled. Snap out of it, Cordelia, I yelled in my head. I took one step forward and felt a kind of electricity streaming through every fiber of my being, and as soon as it started, it ended. I guess that's what it felt like to leave a pack. I looked around and was greeted by silence. The forest was quiet, Too quiet. Where did all the forest creatures go? Did they sense a rogue? Oh wait. Then the realization hit me. I'm a rouge now. I snapped out of my daze when I heard a rustling from the bushes on my left. I didn't sense any danger, so it must have been a forest creature. I ignored it and walked further. Might as well search for a place to stay while I figure out what to do. As I walk, I rack my brain for a plan on what I should do. Well, one thing's for sure, I'm going to live. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I mumbled to myself. Great, it's my first day of exile, and I'm already talking to myself. I looked up and noticed the sun had set, and it was pitch black. Even so, my wolf eyes could see clearly. I walked further and found a massive tree with a hollow part under its roots. It will do, I guess. I quietly crawled inside. The space was small, but it was perfect for me. At least no one will spot me too quickly. Tomorrow, I'll go look for a town, then I'll think about my next step. Right. I glance around one last time and finally let the darkness envelop me in a restless sleep. You are nothing, Jake's voice rings in my head. Tras H. Nick. You are not worthy to be my mate. Slut Lucas would rather pick me than you, reject. You are exiled. I woke up with a start. I glance around and find myself still under the tree roots with sweat beading my forehead and my clothes clinging to my skin. My breathing was heavy, and tears silently found their way down my cheeks in an endless stream. I wiped away my tears and got out of my haven. The sun was shining brightly, so I had to cover my face with my hands. The forest was silent, just like it was yesterday. I looked down and noticed my clothes were torn in several places, with dirt staining them everywhere. I raised my nose slightly and sniffed. I could smell a slight creek not too far from here. I slowly made my way towards the cove. The water looked clean enough. It will do for now. I knelt beside the creek and scooped up to drink. I then took off my clothes and placed them aside as I washed my skin of the sweat and dirt. After cleaning myself, I washed my clothes, careful not to make the torn parts bigger. I wrung the clothes and placed them carefully on a large boulder as I lay beside it. Thoughts of my situation and what I'm going to do next floated around in my head. Firstly, I have to find a town and get information on other packs in the state. I don't think I can go to another state willy-nilly without knowing if other packs will advance on me or not. Next, I need to find shelter. Perhaps another pack far away from the Silver Moon pack would accept me. Unless they accept worthless trash, it might be tricky. I nod in determination with my conclusions and get dressed. Watch out, world, the name's Leah, and I'm not backing down. I got up on my 2 feet and started walking further. After walking for half the day, I finally emerged from the forest and was greeted by a small-looking town. Several people were walking by and talking to other townspeople. Some gave me curious glances, while others chose not to acknowledge me. As I walked through the town, I noticed the shops were small and there weren't many shops, but it was decent: a small pub, post office, supermarket, clothes store, and a small diner. I walked inside the restaurant, which dinged as the door closed. I sulked towards the end of the restaurant in a small booth hidden from curious eyes. The waitress came over, and I told her my order. I searched my pockets and noticed I had at least $50. It will do for now until I find another pack territory. The waitress came back and handed me my coffee. After paying for the coffee, I got out and started walking down the side street. I was too focused on the coffee vapor that I didn't notice a guy in front of me until it was too late. Okay, running into people is becoming a nasty habit for me. Ooh. I closed my eyes and waited for the impact of my butt kissing the side street, but it never came. I slowly opened my eyes and saw muscular hands holding on to my forearm. I glanced up and was greeted by deep hazel eyes belonging to a guy who seemed like he was around my age. He was probably 6 feet tall and had brown hair with a streak of black on either side. The guy cleared his throat, and I was brought back from my daze. Sorry about that. I stuttered. No problem. I wasn't looking where I was going. He answered. He slowly pulled me on my own 2 feet as I patted my clothes and hair. He thrusts his hand at me. The name's Trey. I shook his hands as I gazed into his mesmerizing hazel eyes. Okay, I know he's a total stranger, but he is smoking hot. I'm still a girl, so deal with it. I'm Leah. I smiled slightly. Leah, I've never seen you here before. Are you new? Trey asked. I looked around and noticed we were the only two on the side street. That's when it hit me, he's a werewolf. Oh shit. I glance at his face one more time. Depends on who you are and what you want from me, I answered back, and was surprised my voice was straightforward and didn't shake. Trey scrutinized me and gave me a small smile. Well, the thing is, this is another pack's territory, and since you're not from our pack, you are trespassing. He answered with a hint of authority in his voice. I could feel my fiber shaking with the need to heed his order, but I stood my ground. I'm not trespassing. I didn't know this was your pack's territory. I was passing through. So, if you'll excuse me. Before I could get 2 steps away, he yanked my arm and dragged me along towards the end of town. I shook and struggled, but he didn't even flinch. Wow, I'm seriously out of shape. I struggled one more time before Trey gripped my arm tightly. I could feel my blood circulation being cut off. I whimpered slightly, and Trey's hold loosened somewhat. Guess he isn't heartless. We finally reached the end of the town, and I was greeted by a group of werewolves. There were about 3 people. 2 guys and 1 girl. They all gave me curious looks, and Trey received a skeptical one. Trey finally stopped in front of them, but he was still gripping my arm. Trey, is this the Rouge? A guy with red hair and green eyes asked. She doesn't seem like a rogue, though. The girl stated. She might still be dangerous, Katie. The other guy spoke. He had black hair and intense blue eyes with amber rings around his irises. I cleared my throat to get their attention. They all looked back at me with shock. It's like they didn't notice I heard them. I would appreciate it if you let go of my arm, Trey. I huffed in annoyance. Trey finally let me go as I rubbed my arms. Trey walks over to the other group and crosses his arms over his broad, muscular chest. Snap out of it, Leah, I yelled in my head. The guy with red hair stepped forward. What is your name, Rouge? I looked around, and I knew it was pointless to fight back. I wasn't strong enough to even take Trey. I know I couldn't take the other 3. I raised my chin, the name's Leah. The group nodded their heads, except for Trey, since he already knew my name. What is your business here? The black-haired guy asked. I was just passing through. My voice shook slightly. Just passing through, huh? The girl, Katie, asked. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice to answer without my words shaking. Trey noticed I was shaking slightly and whispered to his group. It was too low, even I couldn't hear what they were talking about. They all finally stopped whispering as Trey stepped forward. We're taking you back to our pack house so that our alpha can think of what to do with your trespassing. I was about to retaliate, but I knew it was worthless when the red-haired and black-haired guy grabbed my arms. I lowered my head in submission as they dragged me inside a slick black BMW. The redhead climbed in first, followed by me, as the other guy sat beside me. Trey climbed into the driver's seat with Katie in the passenger seat. The engine purred to life as Trey drove us further away from the small town and into the forest dirt road. The whole drive was quiet, and none of them spoke to me. They gave me side glances every once in a while, but didn't say anything. I huffed in annoyance and focused on the trees and boulders as the car passed by. The trees got thicker and thicker the longer we drove, and finally, we reached a massive mansion with ivy surrounding the walls. Trees were planted around the mansion so that no one could see it unless they were close enough. There were dirt roads surrounding the mansion that led to other parts of the area, but the trees were too thick for me to see anything. Trey stopped in front of the massive double doors and turned the engine off. I was dragged again. Katie opened the massive doors, and I was greeted by a black marbled floor with maroon wallpaper. The furniture seemed like it belonged to royalty, yet it was also really homey. We walked further inside, and I noticed several people walking past us, but they didn't acknowledge me, typical. We reached the second floor as I was dragged around several turns and twists. Wow, this place is enormous. I hope I don't get lost. We finally stopped in front of a massive door made from black wood. Trey knocked twice as the door opened. Trey turns back to me and grabs my wrist as the others follow behind. Katie closed the door. I looked around and saw the room was huge. The ceiling was probably 10 feet high with gigantic floor-length windows draped by emerald green curtains. Large bookshelves surround the room where a desk lies in the middle. The back of a black leather chair was facing us. Trey drags me closer and clears his throat. Alpha, we brought the rouge. The chair turned slowly as I was standing in front of a highly handsome, buff, mouth-watering guy I had ever laid eyes on. He had blonde hair with a streak of blue on either side, and he had mesmerizing violet eyes. He seemed to be a few years older than me. Did I mention he was hot? Snap out of it. I shook my head and gazed into his violet eyes as he looked straight into my blue ones. I could feel a shiver of anticipation crawling down my spine, waiting for him to speak. He cups his hands together and leans back in his leather chair. From my point of view, he looked amused. I was slightly shocked when I heard him chuckling. I've never seen an alpha chuckling like this, and it only puts me on edge. The others didn't seem fazed by his sudden childlike outburst. Guess he's just one of those kinds of alphas that don't always have a stick up their butt. The alpha regained his composure again and stared at the group behind me. Leave. With that one word, the other 4 werewolves scattered out of the room, leaving me alone. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. I fidgeted with the hem of my shirt as he shuffled several papers on his desk, humming to a song in his head. What the fudge? Is this guy the alpha? I was about to ask if this was a joke when he suddenly cleared his throat. So, care to explain how a female rogue such as yourself was able to stumble upon my pack territory with the excuse that you were just passing through? I could hear the sarcasm in his voice. Before I could even think about it, I answered back, care to explain how an alpha can be so laid back like you? I mentally slapped myself for that remark. But, before I could mutter an apology, he waved his hands dismissively. Feisty, he said with a slight amusement in his eyes. Look. I'm not here to play games. I didn't mean to trespass, trust me, I was just about to leave when one of your little friends started dragging me like a rag doll out of town. I huffed in annoyance. If he was going to annoy me, then I will annoy the crap out of him too. From where I stood, I could see his eye twitch slightly. Fine then, let's skip the proper introduction. What is your true purpose for passing through here? He raised one eyebrow at me. I shifted from one foot to another, thinking of an excuse that wouldn't reveal too much about how my old pack just kicked me out because I was a worthless waste of space. I looked everywhere except the alpha as he waited patiently for my answer. I groaned loudly and lowered my head in a show of respect. I got exiled by my last pack, and I didn't have anywhere else to go. I didn't know I was trespassing on another pack territory. I said softly. The alpha seemed taken aback by what I said. Exiled? His eyebrows scrunched up together before he continued, why were you exiled? His stance suddenly turned from relaxed to defensive. Should I tell this alpha of all the things that happened to me? Should I let him know about the things that I was so ashamed of? That everyone hates me, that my own mate rejected me for a slut and that my brothers abandoned me. They hated me. I spoke softly. I sighed in defeat. My previous pack, the Silver Moon pack, thought I was weak and not worthy. I was punched and abused every day. The adults would often ignore me when people beat me up. Teenagers would laugh at my pain. My brothers were the cause of all the beatings. They started making untrue rumors about me. Yesterday, my own mate rejected me. Then the new alpha exiled me, and my mate didn't even stand up for me. At this point, I was silently crying. The alpha relaxed and suddenly walked over to me, hugging me close to him. He ran soothing circles on my back and spoke gentle words in my ears. I didn't know how long I cried, but I stopped crying after a while. What happened next, so to speak, surprised me. It was an understatement of the century. Well then, would you like to join my pack? He asked with a hopeful smile on his face. I couldn't stop my heart from beating so fast. This alpha just asked me, a rogue whom he didn't even know for a day, to join his pack. He's either incredibly stupid or seriously too arrogant to think of the risks he would be facing in welcoming me. Well, I did want to join a pack. Yes. I said more as a question than a statement. He just chuckled. If you're wondering why I'm asking you to join, it's because it's extremely rare for a female rouge to survive out there, plus female rouges are rarely any threat. He stated not to mention I can't let a defenseless young girl such as you out there all alone when there has been an increased amount of rouge attacks around the country. Also, I'm pretty angry at your pack, and I promise nothing will hurt you here. He finished in a serious tone. I hesitated before asking, can I at least know the name of my new alpha? The name's Jason, but most people here call me Jace. He stretched out his hand for me to shake, which I took gratefully. I couldn't keep the tiny smile from forming on my lips as I finally felt at ease ever since leaving my old pack. Thank you, Jace. My name's Cordelia Gray, but I prefer to be called Leah. I smiled genuinely. He smiled back, welcome to the Shadow Valley pack, Leah. And with that, my life as Cordelia Gray ended. No longer am I going to be that weak girl from the Silver Moon pack. I was now Leah Jennifer Gray from the Shadow Valley pack. Chapter 3. As Jace dropped my hand, the door suddenly slammed open. I jumped out of reflex because usually, back home, when the door slams, people were either going to beat me up or order me around. Jace frowned at my reaction and patted my shoulders. He gave me an assuring smile, which I replied to with a smile of my own. Is everything okay, Jace? Trey asked. Everything is fine. Now, I'd like you all to meet Leah Gray, our new pack member. Jace nodded towards the group and I gave them a timid smile. I nodded my head and looked down on the floor. I felt someone tilt my chin up as I gaze into Trey's eyes. Never lower your head unless to show respect. He said and smiled at me. My eyes widened, and I nodded absent-mindedly. Good. Well, you already know my name, I'm Trey. He pulled me into a hug. In reflex, I stiffened and flinched. Trey pulled back with a worried expression on his face. Did I hurt you? He asked, concerned. Should I tell them? Should I show them the bruises? I stood there hesitantly before turning to Jace for confirmation. He nodded his head, and I breathed deeply before pulling up my top. The others gasped, and Jace looked furious. Trey looked murderous. I quickly pulled my top down and winced from the sudden movement. Katie, can you please take Leah to the pack doctor and have her check out her bruises? Yes, Alpha. Katie gave me a sympathetic smile before gently leading me out of the room. My name's Catherine, but people call me Katie. Hello Katie, I'm Leah. I know, I'm sorry for the rough treatment back there. She smiled apologetically at me. I chuckled and said, it's okay. I was a rogue, so you had every right to be wary of me. She shook her head slightly. You were a rogue, now you're our new pack member. She smiled at me, which I returned. Thank you. I suddenly blurted out. For what? Katie asked. For being nice to me. Nobody has shown me any kindness for years. I spoke softly. Katie suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned me slowly to face her. She gripped my shoulder, but not too roughly, and looked into my eyes. You are a part of the Shadow Valley pack now. I don't know what happened to you in your previous pack, but no one, and I mean no one, should be treated the way they treated you. We are pack members now, one huge family. We take care of each other. I cried at that point. No one ever cared since I shifted. No one ever treated me nicely ever since my brother poisoned their minds. No one ever accepted me because I was unworthy. But this girl, this stranger, took me in under her wing just because we're pack members. Thank you, Katie, that means the world to me. I hugged her as she gripped me tightly against her. Shish, she gently ran her hand down my hair. I didn't notice we were still walking, but when I managed to stop crying, we were already in front of a white door that led to the infirmary. The pack doctor, Dr. Jane, cleaned my wounds and wrapped them up. I could feel both of their gaze on my wounds and bruises when I took off my top. Dr. Jane almost went wolf when she checked that I had broken ribs and that my wounds were a disgusting black, blue, and purple. Katie stormed out somewhere during the cleaning session. She didn't come back. Instead, the other two boys, whose names I didn't know, came in. The one with red hair sat on my right, while the one with black hair leaned against the wall beside his friend. "Hey, my name is Kent," the guy with red hair said. I shook his hand and gave him a small smile. "I'm Finn." The one with black hair nodded and gave me a heartwarming smile. I found myself smiling genuinely at that. "Hey guys, I'm Leah Gray." "Yeah, we know. Sorry for mistreating you earlier," Kent said sheepishly. "He's so cute." "No, it's fine." "It's not." Finn shook his head. "We shouldn't have handled you like that. But I was a rogue at the time. I won't be holding anything against any of you guys," I said truthfully. For some reason, I felt like I had to reassure them. This was the first time I was so determined to make someone smile. I usually do the best I can and leave my old pack behind. "How about this? Let's have a fresh start," I suggested. Finn and Kent looked at each other for a bit before nodding their heads and smiling toothily at me. I giggled. "Hey, we made her giggle." "Yes." Kent suddenly pumped his fist into the air. Finn shook his head at Kent, but I could see he was trying hard not to laugh. I, on the other hand, was laughing away like there was no tomorrow. We talked for a while longer, but then Dr. Jane asked the two boys to leave because I had to rest so my ribs would heal. Finn and Kent were also furious when they saw my bruises, but I reassured them that I was healing. They let it go because they knew I had to rest. Jace came in later holding a tray filled with sandwiches, fruits, porridge, and a mug of hot chocolate. When he laid the tray on my bed, I was gaping. I never had so many foods before. The others in the Silver Moon pack never left me enough food to eat, which is why I was never able to retaliate against them. I was weak. After eating all the food, I was satisfied. I smiled shyly at Jace, and he smiled at me like a father would smile at his daughter. I was glad he didn't think of me as anything other than that because, with the whole reject mate thing, I don't think I will ever be ready for a relationship. Not just yet. Jace and I talked for an hour about my old pack and myself and him, of course. He asked if I wanted to train with them after my wounds healed, and I nodded eagerly. I've always wanted to train because I was never able to. Jace then left around night time. After saying goodnight to each other, he closed the door, and the lights all went out. The room was dark, but I could still see some of the furniture in the room lit by the moonlight. The window was slightly open so that I wouldn't suffocate at night. I turned restlessly in my sleep. No matter what I do or where I go, they will never stop. The beatings, the teasing, the rejection, and most of all, the pain. I wish we had never gotten separated. I hope Mom and Dad were still here, and I want Connor to be here to comfort me. We always had this kind of twin link. Whenever he would feel down, I would always be there to cheer him up, and vice versa. No use in wishing for what ifs, Leah. I sighed softly and closed my eyes. That's when the nightmare began all over again. I was at school, sitting alone under a tree, when Jake and Heather walked by, probably dissing about me again. "Ooh, look what we have here." The school slut, though I often ask myself, why would anyone want to be with you or even look at you? Heather hissed harshly at me as Jake glared daggers at me. I whimpered and leaned closer to the tree bark, hoping it would just suck me whole. I want to disappear. No one would bother me if I weren't here anymore. Pathetic. Jake shook his head at me with disgust and dragged Heather away as they laughed at my pain. The scene changed, and I was standing in front of Ryan and Lucas in the backyard. I saw a 10-year-old version of me drawing sketches while sitting on a log as Ryan and Lucas spat insults at me. "Look at this," Ryan said mockingly as he took my sketch pad. "Jump for it. Jump." He continued to mock me as I jumped as high as I could, trying to reach my precious sketches. "You're so useless, can't even jump." He huffed and threw my sketch into a nearby mud puddle. I sobbed silently and started walking towards my sketch pad. Ryan laughed loudly as he walked away with a smirking Lucas following close behind. I was devastated. I always had a crush on Lucas, even though he never tried to defend me, he never wanted to hurt me, either. At least he never pushed me. The scene changed again, and I was standing in a cemetery. I could see people standing in a small group. I walked towards them slowly as the sky turned grey and the wind blew away the leaves. Trees swayed with the sudden breeze as I made out the faces of the people in the group. I could see Jake, Nick, Ryan, Lucas, Heather, and Ashley. Ashley was hanging off of Lucas' arms as Heather was leaning against Jake's side. I could hear their words clearly. "She's better off dead." Heather sneered. "She's weak, and she deserved what came to her," Jake added. "She didn't deserve to be born," Nick smirked. "She was a nuisance," Ryan said. "I didn't know her that much. It's like she didn't even exist," Ashley said casually. "She was nothing to me," Lucas said. I could feel my heart ache and break into tiny pieces when Lucas said those words. I fell to the ground as I saw they were standing in front of a grave. On the stone, wrote, "Cordelia Ashton Gray, the 3rd of March 1995 to 18 May 2011, loving daughter, caring sister." I gasped and woke up as the sun glared across my face. I was breathing heavily and panting as sweat dripped across my forehead down to my chin. Just another nightmare. I keep chanting the words inside my head. Every night, the nightmares just got worse and more vivid. Am I going crazy? Will I ever be able to sleep in peace? Will I ever visit that wonderful place called a dream? Such wishful thinking fled from my mind as the door opened widely, revealing a grinning Katie. "Morning, Leah. Did you get a good night's rest?" "Morning, Katie." I played with my fingers on my lap as Katie shut the door and made her way towards my bed. "Hey, you okay?" she asked softly, her voice filled with concern. I couldn't form words. My head wasn't processing correctly, so I just sat there and cried my eyes out. I cried because of my broken family. I cried because of my useless existence. I cried because my mate rejected me. Most of all, I cried because I would never belong. Katie didn't say anything as she held me closer to her. She traced small circles on my back and just held me as I cried on her shoulder. I never had a friend before because people usually ignore me like the plague. "I'm sorry for being such a crybaby." I apologized. Katie shook her head and gently wiped away the remaining tears from my eyes. "Leah, look at me." I stared intently into her eyes as hers bored into mine. "Never apologize for showing your emotions. To some people, it means showing weakness, but even the strongest have to cry from time to time, or they will go insane because of the stress. Leah, it's better to cry when you feel it's too much to bear instead of keeping it bottled up inside of you." She finished as she smiled warmly at me. I cried again. This time, I cried tears of joy. "Thank you, Katie. You have no idea what that means to me," I said truthfully. "Nobody has lent me a shoulder to cry on ever since the whole pack ridiculed me. I always kept my emotions in check and bottled up so that people didn't treat me worse than they usually did." I wiped away the last few drops of my tears and smiled at Katie. She returned my smile before the door opened again. This time, revealing a grinning Trey. "Morning, Leah," he chirped happily. "Morning, Trey, you look like you're in a good mood," I replied. "Well, I wanted to give you the special tour of the territory, that is, if you think you can handle it," he suggested carefully so as not to hurt any of my feelings. I shook my head at him and giggled slightly at his nervous expression. "Thank you, Trey, I'd love to look around," I said. "Great. Let's go have breakfast, and then I'll show you around." I nodded. Katie held my arm so that I didn't fall down when I lost my balance. It took us about 10 minutes to reach the kitchen, where Jace, Kent, and Finn sat today. They smiled warmly at me and we exchanged good mornings. I looked at the plate placed in front of me as my mouth watered from the delicious food. After shoving down all the food on my plate, Trey grabbed my hand and started dragging me all around the pack house. The packed house was huge. It was about 5 stories high with soft creme-colored wallpaper and soft beige carpets. As I mentioned, the pack house was enormous. It took us the entire morning to explore each floor. It was just that big. After we ate lunch, Kent and Finn took Trey's place and gave me a tour of the other houses surrounding the territory. The territory was vast. It was larger than my last pack. The other pack members eyed me curiously, but when they saw Kent and Finn casually strolling on each side of me, they relaxed and smiled politely at me. I was slightly taken aback at this. I didn't know what to do, but then Finn grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I smiled back at the pack members and shot a thankful look at Finn. The day went by slowly and calmly, and before I knew it, it was night time. Since I was healed and I only felt a dull pain, Jace showed me to my room. It was a reasonably large room with a king-sized bed, a walk-in closet, a fully marbled bathroom, a plasma TV drilled into the wall, and a double glass door that led out to the balcony. Jace kissed my forehead and bid me goodnight as I timidly said goodnight to him in a failed attempt to hide my crimson face. After I took a nice, long, hot bath, I got into a nice pair of comfy pajama pants and a loose top. That night, I fell into a dreamless sleep. I guess it's better than having nightmares, though I sometimes wish I had at least one dream. Chapter 4. It was so warm. I felt content and calm for the first time in years. I gasped and shot up when I remembered I had to make breakfast or Jake would have my head. I looked around, confused. My room was never large. I don't remember ever having a king-sized bed. That's when it hit me. I was in my new room in the Shadow Valley pack. I heaved a sigh of relief that was short-lived when I felt something stir beside me. I turned and screamed bloody murder when I saw a half-naked man sleeping in my bed. I quickly jumped out of bed and ran towards the other side of the room. The half-naked man also jumped and ran to the other side. We looked up at each other, and I laughed. I know. Weird timing to laugh, but it wasn't my fault. I bet you would have laughed if you saw a half-naked man in your room who was very handsome but was wearing Donald Duck boxers. I clutched the side of my stomach as the guy, who happens to be Kent, blushed furiously. "Why are you laughing?" he asked. I tried to stifle another round of laughter but failed miserably. I couldn't say a word because he was still in front of me, wearing nothing but Donald Duck boxers. "Kent, what are you doing here?" I asked breathlessly, not laughing too hard. "I have no idea." He rubbed the back of his neck nervously before looking away from me. I stared at him. I said sarcastically. "You have no idea how you managed to get into my room in the middle of the night," I said as I gave him a pointed look. "I may have," he mumbled the rest of the sentence. I had to strain my ear to hear better. "Could you repeat?" "I sleepwalk, okay," he exclaimed. I chuckled as he turned a slight red. I covered my mouth with my hand and stared at him, amused. "I never imagined you to be this kind of guy, Kent." "What kind of guy?" he asked. "The kind that wears Donald Duck boxers." I ended up laughing and rolling on the floor, clutching my stomach. Finn heard me laughing, and when he peeked through my door, he joined me in laughing on the floor as Kent's face turned deep crimson. "Dude, I know it's been a while since you last got laid, but that doesn't mean you can come into Leah's room in Donald Duck boxers," Finn said as he wiped away tears from his eyes. I was still chuckling on the floor. "Is everything all right in here?" We all turned and saw Katie standing in the doorway, looking worried, but then she broke into a smile and started laughing. We all burst out laughing again, except for Kent, who rushed out of my room and slammed the door to his bedroom. "You okay, Leah? I heard you screaming earlier," Katie asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. It was just a huge shock when I saw a half-naked man sleeping in the same bed as me," I replied, waving my hand dismissively. "Yeah, Kent is a very heavy sleepwalker. He once managed to sneak into Jace's room completely naked." At this point, I burst out laughing some more. Now I understand the saying dying of laughter because I could feel myself losing breath and laughing so hard that I thought I might die. What did he do when he saw Kent sleeping beside him? I asked curiously. Well, Trey was on his way towards Jace's room asking if he wanted to go for a run when he saw Jace sleeping and Kent cuddling Jace from behind. She chuckled. "Trey called Finn and me, and we took pictures of them both, but then when Jace woke up and threw the covers off, let's just say I got scarred for life." Kent was completely butt-naked. I have never heard Jace scream before, and it made my day when I heard the almighty alpha scream of pure terror when he saw Kent's little buddy. At this point, I was laughing silently. The kind of laugh where you're holding your stomach but no sound is coming out, and you can't stop laughing long enough to take a deep breath. I looked around and noticed that Finn was already gone. He must have walked out when Kent ran off as well. I turned to Katie and smiled at her, I'll meet you downstairs, okay? Okay. Oh, and Trey is going to train you today, so you better hurry up and come downstairs for breakfast, she replied. I nodded and shoved her out of my room. When I heard the soft click, I ran towards my bedroom and took a nice, relaxing hot shower. I got out and chose a plain white t-shirt with black tights that reached down to my knees. I slipped into a pair of running shoes that I found sitting inside the closet and tied my hair in a high ponytail. I smiled at my reflection and stretched my arms as I made my way downstairs. I saw Trey and Jace sitting there eating breakfast. I guess the others are already out. Morning, Leah. Morning. Jace and Trey greeted each other. I smiled at them and muttered a morning. So, what are we going to do today? I asked anxiously. I wanted to get started on training. I needed a way to forget about my dark past and the bad times and just let out some steam. Well, for now, we're going to have you run a few miles and see how fast you can run. After that, we're going to work on building some body muscles for you. Trey answered. I'll be there to take note of your progress, Jace added. I smiled at them and said, sure. After breakfast, Trey led us towards the back, where there was a trail that stretched long. Okay, for now let's see if you can run 3 miles without stopping. Trey raised an eyebrow at me, daring me to complain. Instead, I grinned like an idiot and practically skipped towards the starting point. Trey chuckled, amused. He took his whistle and blew on it. When I heard the shrill sound, I ran as fast as I could. I was running for 10 minutes, but I suddenly felt like my insides were burning. I knew I was out of shape since I never trained, but I was so out of shape at the moment. When I got back, I collapsed onto the lush grass as Jace handed me a bottle of water. Thanks, Jace. No problem, Leah. You okay? He asked. I waved my hand dismissively. I'm fine. Just out of breath, I said breathlessly. Trey walked over to me with a grimace as he held a stopwatch in his hand. Leah, I don't know how to say this, but you are very slow. Your time is slightly ahead of the humans, but it's slacking behind for werewolves, he said. I nodded meekly and stood up on wobbly legs. What's my time? I asked. About an hour, Trey replied and flinched when he saw my shocked expression. I sighed sadly and slumped on the ground. Sorry, Trey. It seems I can't run. I'm so pathetic. I sighed. Look at me, Leah. Trey tilted my chin upwards with his index finger and stared intently into my eyes. You are not pathetic. You're just out of shape, but I promise, we will get you in shape. Okay, he said encouragingly. I nodded and gave him a small smile. Thanks, Trey. I'll work hard. Trey smiled back at me and stretched out a hand for me to take. I grabbed his hand gratefully as he pulled me up. Trey then made me do push-ups, sit-ups, and a lot of stretching. After that, it was lunchtime, so we made our way back to the pack house. I walked to the kitchen and started cooking some fried chicken. When I finished cooking, the others came in and helped set the table. I sat down to eat as I listened to Finn and Kent joking around. I noticed that Kent was very playful. Finn was quiet but very wise. Katie was like a sister to me. Trey was my best friend, and Jace was like a big brother to me. They were all family to me. My new family. I smiled at myself. I might have lost my parents and brothers along the way, but at least I got the chance to have a second family. After lunch, Katie volunteered to wash the dishes. She practically kicked me out of the kitchen, and Trey didn't hesitate to pull me along with him towards the gym. The place was air-conditioned and there was a lot of training equipment. Most of them were state-of-the-art. Trey led me to a treadmill and I started running. He kept increasing the speed and then lowering it from time to time. I guess he's building up my stamina. After running for about an hour, we made our way towards the dumbbells. I was really weak, so Trey didn't push me to lift heavier weights. After doing weights, we made our way towards the weapon room. I gape at all the shiny weapons. Wow. I gasped. Yeah, I know. Trey said breathlessly. I giggled at him before nudging him in the ribs. Focus, Trey. I teased. I could hear Trey mumbling something about focus and lemons. I have no idea why he muttered things about a lemon. However, it might just be my mind because I have been feeling very dizzy since earlier this afternoon. Trey walked towards the sword section and gently handed me a sharp-looking knife. He took out a similar knife for himself and led us towards a couple of straw dummies. Okay, today I'm going to show you how to use a knife. This is so that if you ever land in a situation where you can't shift, you won't be completely defenseless. Most werewolves make the mistake of fully devoting their time to their wolves and not enough time to their human form. You have to remember that you are as powerful as your wolf. Meaning that even if you're in human form, you could still take down a wolf. I nodded, listening intently. Okay, let's start by stabbing the dummy, Trey suggested. I followed him and started stabbing the dummy. It was slightly tricky because there were too many obstacles inside the dummy. Trey said that they put that there as an example of trying to break through people's ribs. After trying to stab it for 30 minutes or so, I managed to stab it deeply. I released the knife as it was plunged through the dummy's heart. Or at least where the heart should be. Trey clapped at me and gave me a proud smile. I found myself smiling back at him. Thanks, Trey. You're welcome, Leah. He kissed my forehead as we made our way back to the pack house. A few weeks later you'll never catch me. I hollered at the others as we ran through the forest in human form. It's been a few weeks since I've come across the Shadow Valley pack. Trey has been training me almost every day, except on Sundays. Katie and I usually spent Sundays together, either shopping or watching movies. Finn and I got closer. It seems that we both have the same interest in book genres. Kent still hasn't dropped his sleepwalking habit. I'm just glad he was either wearing boxers or pants whenever he sleepwalks into my room. Finn, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. A few days ago, he woke up to a naked Kent on top of his chest. It was so hilarious that I ended up rolling down the stairs. Jace had asked me last week to join him and the others on special missions. It was my first time and I don't like to brag, but I kicked butt. Over the past few weeks, I've been able to run faster and farther. I was able to lift more weights, and my flexibility was impressive. We were currently running through the trail route. Jace was waiting at the finish line, timing my run. When I saw him, I snickered and shifted into high gear. When I reached him, I stopped and grinned like a kid in a candy store. "What's my time?" I asked excitedly. I was practically bouncing up and down. Jace chuckled and ruffled my hair. Did I mention that Jace likes to annoy me? He would always ruffle my hair or pinch my cheeks because he knew I hated it when he did that. I huffed and glared at him. He chuckled again as I growled. Okay. It seems you beat your old record by 7 minutes. I'm so proud of you, baby girl. Jace said as he pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. I hugged him back and giggled as he twirled me around in the air. Jace, put me down or not, I'll not be responsible for kicking you in the family jewels, I said threateningly. Jace quickly put me down and took a step backward. I smiled sweetly at him. When the others arrived, Jace cleared his throat. Let's go to the living room, I have an announcement to make. We all nodded and followed him as he led us back into the pack house. When we arrived, I could see every other pack member there. They all smiled at me as I walked past them. I smiled back. Okay, everyone, attention please. The whole room quieted down as we waited for what Jace had to say. As you all know, my previous beater moved to another pack to join his mat, which means that I currently don't have a beater. People started whispering. Quiet down, please. Everyone turned back their attention to Jace. I know that choosing another beater will be a tough decision because the beater will have to be smart, strong, and, of course, fair. He said, his eyes flashing to mine for a brief second before he turned back to the crowd. Now, your new beater will be. Everyone leaned forward, eager to know who their new beater was. Leah, Jace announced. I sat there shocked. Jace chose me as his beater. I was still gaping when I felt someone poking me and pushing me towards the front. I glared at Katie and turned my attention back to the other pack members. I gulped and cleared my throat. Thank you, Alpha Jason. It is an honor to be your new beater, and I promise to do my very best. With that, everyone cheered, and I could even hear several wolf howls. That night, we celebrated. It was the happiest night of my life. Chapter 5. 5 months later. It's been almost 6 months now, ever since I joined the Shadow Valley Pack. I was now a skilled warrior. The council also liked me and made me an official member of Jace's team. Our team consists of Jace, me, Trey, Katie, Finn, and Kent. We mostly go on missions either to find a missing person or to kill a rogue. Lately, there has been an increase in rogue attacks throughout a lot of packs, so Jace has asked everyone to always do a perimeter check around the border to make sure that no rogue has trespassed. I've also gotten more fit. I grew several inches in the past 6 months, and now I am considered the strongest in the whole Shadow Valley Pack. I no longer have nightmares about my old pack or my missing parents. I mostly have either dreamless nights or normal dreams. I was running around the border when I sniffed an unfamiliar scent. Rouges. I stopped running and shifted back to my human form. Now here's the best part. Trey has been teaching me how to shift without tearing my clothes, so now I won't walk around naked every time I move. Cool, right? Be quiet, you'll get us caught. I heard someone whispering. From the deep husky voice, I knew it was a man. Don't you think I know that? Let's do what the boss wanted us to do. Another man whispered. I sniffed around and listened intently. Only 2, and by their scent, they're hunters. I looked around and found a tall tree. The 2 men seemed too engrossed in trying to stay hidden that they didn't see me climbing the tree. Now, all I have to do is wait for the right moment to strike. The stupid mutts won't know what hit them. The hunters snickered. I could feel my blood boil. Stupid hunters. When they were underneath the tree, I silently jumped off onto one of their backs. I slapped a hand over the hunter's mouth and twisted his neck with a snap. Instant kill. His partner heard the snap, but I was faster. I took the hunter's knife and threw it at his thigh and shoulder. The hunter, alive, hissed in pain as he thrashed around the forest ground. Who sent you? I asked. He spat on the ground and glared at me. Wouldn't you like to know? I huffed. That's why I'm asking, dimwit. I'm not telling you anything, you demon. I stared at the hunter with a blank expression. I quickly sent a mind link to Jace. Jace, I found a couple of hunters near the border. I killed one of them, but I kept the other one alive. I'll send in Kent to come pick him up. Don't let him escape. Got it, Chief. I glanced back at the hunter. I'll ask again, who sent you? The hunter hissed and groaned in pain, but I ignored him and stepped on his thigh, the one that got injured. Who sent you? I half yelled. He whimpered and screamed in pain as I removed my foot from his thigh. I have ways of making you talk, I said threateningly as Kent finally arrived. Kent gave a low whistle, job well done. He grinned. I shrugged, this guy won't tell me anything. I crossed my arms over my chest. Don't worry, he'll speak soon enough. With that, Kent picked the guy up and threw him over his shoulders, and I followed closely behind. We walked back towards the pack house in silence as the hunter kept struggling. Stop squirming, or I'll drop you. Kent threatened. The hunter completely ignored him and glared at me since I was behind Kent. I used my poker face on him. Tip number 1, never show your enemies your emotions. When we got back, I saw Katie rush out with her crossbow in hand. You okay, Leah? She asked, wide-eyed. I chuckled, I can take care of myself, Katie. And yes, I'm fine. I answered. She sighed in relief, that's great. Is this the hunter? She asked as she pointed her crossbow towards the hunter still draped over Kent's shoulder. Yep, Kent said. I'll just go put him in the dungeon, I'll see you 2 later. With that, Kent walked past Katie and turned the corner towards the basement. Jace said he wants to see you. I nodded at Katie and said, thanks. I jogged towards Jace's office and knocked before entering. You called? I teased. Jace was pacing, and he seemed stressed. Worry creased on his forehead as he grimaced when he saw a blood stain on my shirt. Hey, come in, Jace said as he continued pacing. You okay, Jace? I asked. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. He waved his hands in the air dismissively. I just had a lot on my mind. I nodded in understanding. Lately, Jace has been completely stressed out. More and more rogues have been out on a killing spree. Other packs around the world are joining forces with neighboring packs so that they can defend themselves. Other packs weren't so lucky. The hunter is downstairs, I said as I crossed my legs over the other. Okay, let's go. Jace motioned for me to follow him. I got up from the chair and followed him silently as we crept closer towards the dungeon. The damp and musky smell wafted into my nose. I coughed because there was a hint of dust everywhere. I looked around at the grey-coloured stone walls and grey cement, and the silver metal bars shone under the fluorescent lighting. Jace stopped in front of a jail cell. Kent walked over and stood beside Jace as I stood on his other side. The hunter was tied to a chair as his head hung low. Blood seeped out of his injured shoulder and thigh. From the poor lighting, I could see his tattered clothes caked with mud and blood. I looked to the right and saw a long table with torture tools on top of it, and on the other side of the room, I saw a metal table with different kinds of weapons. The hunter coughed, and I turned my attention to him as Jace slowly walked towards him in an intimidating manner. "Why are you here?" he asked harshly. The hunter ignored him and kept glaring at the floor. I crossed my arms and leaned against the wall as Jace continued asking questions. "Who sent you?" The hunter grunted, gave him a dirty look, and then lowered his head again. Kent was leaning against the wall beside me, watching the hunter in amusement. "Wipe that grin off your face, Kent," I said sternly to him. He chuckled and winked at me. It's amusing to see the hunter struggle when he knows that he will tell us all we want, whether he likes it or not. I grinned. Some hunters are just bluntly stupid. I snickered. Kent nodded. Most of them are. He laughs as the hunter finally looks up and growls at us. I gave Kent a sweet smile. Seems like the hunter is mad. "What are we going to do?" He mocked in fear. I laughed and playfully hit his arm as Jace stared at the hunter, but I could see a smile worming its way towards Jace's lips. The hunter glared at Kent, then at Jace, and finally at me. "You will regret ever existing, Mutz." I gave him a blank look as I stalked towards him like a predator stalking its prey. He just sat there with a hard expression on his face, but I could see a flicker of fear and anxiety for a second. "And why would we regret that, hunter?" I sneered at him. The hunter laughed. Yeah, he freaking laughed at my face. What's so funny? I glared at him. He continued laughing like a moronic idiot, but after a while, he finally calmed down. "You obviously have no idea who you're up against." He snickered. I could feel my eyes turning a brighter blue. "That mostly happens when my wolf tries to take control. Usually, I wouldn't let her take control, but I need answers and I need them now. Tell me what you know." My wolf sneered at the hunter. His eyes went wide as saucers as he visibly shook under the intensity of my gaze. I, he stuttered. "Spit it out." I growled. "We have a secret weapon," he said in one breath. I could feel my wolf retreating, and I grinned at the hunter. "What secret weapon?" I asked as I glared at him. A werewolf," he stuttered. I stiffened. Why would a werewolf be working for the hunters? Mostly, why is a werewolf their secret weapon? I gripped the side of the chair and gazed into the hunter's eyes. "What werewolf?" "Rogues," he trailed off. I stared into his eyes, searching for any indication that he was lying. I found none. "He's telling the truth, Jace." Jace nodded at me and turned to the hunter. "Where is your secret base?" I turned back to the hunter as I walked backwards towards the wall leaning beside Kent, who this whole time remained utterly silent. "Near the Silver Moon Pack." The hunter stuttered again. I froze. Jace stiffened as his fists clenched and unclenched. From the corner of my eye, I could see Kent's jaw tensing as his eyes changed color several times before returning to their original color. "Why that pack?" Kent asked slowly. "It's one of the weakest packs and also one of the largest." I stared at the hunter. Jace was rubbing his chin like he was thinking. I turned to my left just in time to see Kent sneak out of the jail cell and stalk upstairs. I guess he needs time to release some tension. I sighed and looked back at Jace, who was staring at me nervously. I raised an eyebrow at him. What is it, Jace? I know that look. What look? He shrugged and gave me a confused expression. That look that means you have something to say, but you are nervous because you know I might get mad at whatever you have to say. He sighed in defeat before turning to the hunter and then back at me. He pulls me by the arm and guides me away from the jail cell. Once we were a good distance away, I crossed my arms, waiting for an explanation. Well, I dragged on the L. Jace sighed and ran a hand over his face. You might not like it one bit. He gave me another nervous look, and I threw my hands up in the air. Come on, Jace. I'm a big girl now, I can handle whatever you have to say. I said exasperatedly. Jace sighed one last time before looking me straight in the eye. I was thinking if maybe we should go over to the Silver Moon Pack for a few months so that we could stalk the other hunters and see what they're up to. I stared at him with a blank expression. Continue. Well, I've been getting a lot of reports on hunter sightings near the Silver Moon Pack. I flinched when he said the pack name as he continued. What the hunter is saying is the truth. If they truly have a secret weapon, we must obtain it before they use it. Plus, recently, I also got a request from the council to head over there in order to train that weak pack. I stared at him, stunned. Why didn't you tell me you got that request? I was slightly hurt because Jace would tell me everything. Because I know that pack is a taboo topic for you, and I didn't want you to get mad. I sighed. I can't stay mad at this guy. It's okay, Jace. I understand. Jace sighs in relief before looking behind him, then back to me. We have to leave as soon as possible, though. It will only be a matter of time before the hunters notice that 2 of their members are gone. I nodded weakly. What do you want to do with him? I tilted my chin towards the jail cell holding the hunter. For now, let's see if he knows more than he's letting on. I nodded and followed Jace as we walked towards the hunter. In the end, we kill the hunter because he doesn't know anything else. He was still a rookie, which would explain why he and his partner were extremely loud in the forest. Jace has already announced to the pack that some of us will be going to the Silver Moon Pack in order to train them and hunt down the stinking hunters. There were several disagreements, but in the end, we managed to gather our whole team. Kent, Finn, Trey, Katie, Jace, and I. Oh, I can't wait to be back home. Note the sarcasm. Jace had already called the Silver Moon Pack in advance, letting them know that we were going over there to train their pack. Of course, we didn't tell them that we also had to snoop around searching for hunters because we had to keep a low profile about the mission. The whole week, we've been packing clothes, equipment, weapons, and books. Well, the books actually belong to Finn. He says that he will not go anywhere without his books. I know exactly how he feels. I was like that with my beloved katana sword and guns. Katie kept going on and on about if Lucas tried to make a move on me, she would go all Jackie Chan kung fu on him. I didn't mind, of course. The others were also the same. Trey was more protective of me than the others. He knows more about the impact of having a mate reject you because he had seen it happen to one of his cousins, and it wasn't pretty. Let's just say, may the cousin rest in peace. When we finished packing, I felt a bundle of nerves. Butterflies, no. Tornadoes were swirling in my stomach, making me feel nauseous. Katie caught me and rubbed soothing circles on my back. After calming down a notch, I shot her a grateful smile before letting her lead me towards the car door. I looked back and waved at the other pack members we were leaving behind. This place has been my home for the past 6 months. They were like my family, and leaving them hurt, but I couldn't cry. I couldn't show any weakness. I am no longer Cordelia Gray, the weak little sad girl that no one liked. I was now Leah Gray, beater of the Shadow Valley Pack, one of the strongest packs in the whole werewolf world. We drove for about 6 hours before we reached the pack border. Jace sent a mind link to Ryan, Alpha of the Silver Moon Pack, and continued driving towards the pack house. I was shaking now. All rational thoughts left my brain, and all that was left was one thing: exiled. Of course, I was no longer their pack member, and now I belonged to another pack, and since they specifically requested our team, regardless of whether they knew about me or not, They did ask for help, so they couldn't kick me out, right? I was fidgeting with the hilt of my katana sword that was sitting on my lap as I stared out the window. Several pack members saw our sleek black van and started making a pathway, while others gaped and followed us. I guess they were excited to meet the whole badass Shadow Valley team. I snickered at the idea. Oh, they are in for a treat. I looked back and grinned evilly at Katie, who smiled back at me knowingly. When we reached the pack house, I quickly undid my seatbelt and rushed out with a huge grin on my face. Jace shook his head and laughed quietly under his breath. He knows I have a plan for getting my revenge against this sad excuse of a pack. Chapter 6. Jace walked ahead with me, following behind him since I was beta. Trey slung an arm over my shoulder as Kent did the same with my other shoulder. Katie walked behind with Finn walking beside her, looking at the other pack members staring at us. Once we got closer to the front door, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a grinning Ryan with a petite red-haired girl beside him, smiling warmly at us. She's probably his mate from the happy and giddy emotion swirling in her eyes. I could also see Ryan smiling like a total goof beside her. As we walked closer, I could smell him. Lucas. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was close. I looked beside me and nudged Trey. He glanced my way before looking up from there, then he turned back to me and nodded. Let the revenge begin. Hello, I'm Alpha Jason. Jace stretched out a hand towards Ryan, who shook it. Welcome to the Silver Moon Pack, Alpha Jason. I'm Alpha Ryan, and this is my mate, Cassidy. Ryan pointed to the red-haired girl, whose name was Cassidy. She smiled timidly at Jace, who smiled back politely. Nice to meet you both, Jace replied. I was shaking as I could sense his presence coming closer. I tilted my head so I could see clearly, but still stay hidden. Standing just behind Ryan was Lucas, but my heart broke when I saw who was standing beside him with his arm snaked around her waist, Ashley. I growled internally. Stupid mutt couldn't even pick a better mate. I knew he rejected me and everything, but still, he could have at least chosen a decent new mate. As Lucas stepped forward, I could feel Kent and Trey grip my shoulder tightly. If I were still the weak little Cordelia, I would have winced, but now I didn't feel a thing. That's one of the perks of training every day. You gain more muscle. Ah, this is my beta, Lucas, and his mate, Ashley. Ryan introduced. From the corner of my eye, I could see Jace clenched and unclenched his fists, but no one noticed besides the ones from our pack. Nice to meet you, Lucas. This is my beta, Leah. I guess that's my cue. I winked at Trey and then walked forward. I could feel eyes on me, most of them curious eyes, because it wasn't every day that you'd meet a female beta. It was extremely rare. I know, sexist. I walked further until I stood beside Jace. I smiled sweetly at Ryan and Lucas before bowing my head slightly in acknowledgement. Ryan smiled back as Lucas didn't even spare a glance at me. He was too busy with the whining Ashley clinging onto his arm like an anaconda. Since no one has spat on me or thrown insults, it's safe to say that they don't recognize me. Oh, this is so sweet. This will make my plan work perfectly. Thank you for coming here and training us. I know that your team has a hectic schedule, Ryan said. I looked around as the rest of the Silver Moon Pack surrounded us. Most were in awe, others gave Katie and me glares. Well, what is a world without people who are jealous, right? Our team was well known because we undertook numerous missions worldwide. Since the Silver Moon Pack was known as one of the weakest packs in the entire werewolf world, I'm not surprised that they were practically ogling us. We looked pretty damn badass, if I do say so myself. I was too entranced in my thoughts that I didn't notice Jace poking me. I looked up at him with a questioning look. What? I asked. Jace coughs and turns back towards Ryan. My beta will be in charge of training your members, so if there is anything you would like to discuss, please discuss it with her. Of course, my beta, Lucas, will be discussing the training schedule with your beta. I gulped and gave a pointed look to Jace. He either ignored it or was plain stupid to see it, sure. Jace replied casually. I could strangle him right now. I looked back at Lucas, and it was the first time he had glanced at me. Something flickered in his eyes. I hoped he didn't know it was me. In the end, Lucas grunted and whispered something to Ryan. Ryan scrunched up his nose before nodding. Lucas glanced at me one last time before going back inside with Ashley in tow. I clenched my fists as Trey whispered in my ears, "He doesn't know. Calm down. Remember your plan." I unclenched my fists and took a deep breath. "Fine." I sighed quietly. "Please come inside. My pack members will escort you to your rooms," Ryan said. Jace smiles politely at him and goes inside first, with the rest of us following him. The pack house was filled with pack members. Like I said before, they were visibly ogling us. Seriously, have they never seen people in all black leather outfits? We walked up the stairs as Ryan disappeared into his office with Jace. From the corner of my eyes, I could see Lucas sitting on the living room sofa with Ashley sitting on his lap, trying to be sexy. She looks like she was fed a bucket load of lemon juice. Doesn't she know that making duck faces isn't sexy whatsoever? After we were shown to our respective rooms, Katie and I quickly packed away all of our clothes. Katie took out her crossbow and turned to me. "Okay, I'm going to go and do a little snooping with Finn and Kent. You think you can handle it over here?" she asked. I nodded. "Don't worry, I can handle everything. I'm not that weak little girl anymore, anyway. They can't lay a finger on me, especially with Trey here." I grinned. "Okay, just don't let that Lucas guy get to you," she said. I shrugged. "Hey, if he pisses me off, it's his death wish." Katie shook her head before saying, "Well, catch you later tonight at dinner. Bye." She waves. I stared at her retreating before sighing and plopping down on the queen-sized bed. I wish I weren't here. I'm glad they didn't recognize me, but it hurts because even though Lucas rejected me, he should have at least known that I was his long-lost mate. Grr, I hate him. I sighed tiredly. Hating someone certainly takes a lot out of a person. I got up from the bed and rummaged through my duffel bag, taking out my silver sports bra and black shorts. A little exercise should do the trick. I quickly changed and tied my hair in a high ponytail. After grabbing my iPod, I got out of my bedroom and walked downstairs. Many were staring at me. I looked them straight in the eye and said, "If you don't want to lose your eyeballs, stop staring at me." They quickly glanced away. I snickered, pathetic wimps. After walking around the hallways for 10 minutes, I finally found the gym. Trey was in there, lifting weights. He looked up when he heard me coming. "Hey Leah," he said. "Sup, Trey," I replied. I made my way over to the treadmill and started running. Every 2 minutes, I ran faster and faster. After 30 minutes, I probably looked like I was flying rather than running. I wasn't even sweating that much. Just a little glisten of sweat across my stomach, and that's it. I wiped away the sweat from my forehead and headed towards Trey. He was chugging down a bottle of Gatorade. "Where's Jace?" I asked. "I think he's with that Ryan guy," he replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Okay, I'll just go wash up. I have some things I need to discuss with him. See you later, Trey." "Bye, Leah." I walked out of the gym. I didn't even get to walk 5 steps before I slammed into someone's chest. I looked up as my blue eyes bore into another pair of blue eyes that belonged to my once younger brother, Nick. "Watch where you're going," he huffed. I glared at him before sidestepping and walking away from him. I heard him mutter, "Weak." I clenched my fists. I have to stay calm. I need to keep calm if I want my plan to work. After my plan, they will be begging for my forgiveness. They will regret ever looking down upon me and exiling me. Lucas will regret ever rejecting me. Jake and Nick will regret ever touching me. Even though I was furious with everyone, a small part of me still yearned for their love and protection. A stray tear slid down my face as I furiously wiped it away. Now's not the time to chase something that will never happen. I have to stay strong. I walked away and headed to my bedroom to take a shower and change clothes. After showering and changing clothes, I jogged down the stairs and followed Jace's scent. I followed the scent and was led outside towards the backyard. I could see his back from where I was standing. Jace was a really tall guy, so he wasn't hard to spot. "Jace, I need to speak to you," I said. Jace turned to face me and smiled. "Sure thing, Leah. I nodded and led him towards my room. Once Jace closed the door with a click, I faced him with all seriousness. Jace noticed this and looked serious as well. Katie, Finn, and Kent are snooping around for any hunters around the territory. What are your plans in trying to snatch their secret weapon? I asked. I sat down on the bed as Jace remained near the door, rubbing a hand down his face as he sighed. For now, we need to be vigilant and always be on our guard. The people in this pack are weak, and they might get hurt if they go into battle. I need you to train them as much and as fast as you can, Leah. If the hunters are watching us, they might think that we're too busy training the others and that we might not be snooping for them. That's where the others come in. They'll locate the secret hideout, and when the time's right, they'll retrieve the werewolf and bring him back here. I raised a hand to stop him. Jace, what do you mean, they? I asked as I stared at him intently. Leah, please don't argue with me. I will not send you in there. I stood up abruptly. Why not? Jace, I was trained for this. You know I'm better at infiltrating than the others, plus I'm stronger than them. I tried to reason with him. Which is why we need you here to protect the Silver Moon Pack. I glared at him. I will not sit here and babysit the mutts. I seethed at him. Leah, Jace growled lowly. I know I should back down, but it hurts. Jace doesn't think I'm strong enough to do this. I stayed silent and quietly sat down on the bed with my head hung low. Jace sighed and sat beside me. I'm sorry, Leah. I didn't mean it like that. It's just I cut him off. It's okay, Jace. I understand. But I'm serious, I want to help. Please, Jace, let me help. I begged as I stared into his violet eyes. Jace stared at me for a moment before sighing in defeat. Fine. I jumped up and kissed his cheeks. Thank you, thank you, thank you, I repeated. Jace laughed as I continued doing a small happy dance. Well, let's get down. I bet the others are here now. Besides, I'm hungry, Jace said. As if on cue, both of our stomachs grumbled. I chuckled as Jace turned away. His cheeks had a slight pink to it. Oh, is Jace blushing? I cooed. Shut up, Leah. He huffed. I laughed behind him as we both went down towards the kitchen. I could see Trey leaning against the counter, munching on a grilled cheese sandwich. I skipped my way towards Trey and took a bite out of his sandwich. Hey, he whined. I giggled and skipped away with the sandwich in hand. I looked to my right and saw Katie walking in with Kent and Finn behind her. Welcome back, Katie, I said. Thanks, Leah. The dinner with the Silver Moon Pack members was, in short, awkward. Ashley kept trying to flirt shamelessly with the guys. I sneaked a glance at Lucas, but he didn't even notice Ashley's unfaithfulness. He was too busy sulking and slurping his mushroom soup. What the heck is wrong with that guy? Ever since we got here, he hasn't even spoken a word to us. Well, since I'm going to train the pack members tomorrow, he won't have a choice but to talk to me. I couldn't wait to see their faces once they saw what I had in store for them. They will wish they had never gotten out of bed. After dinner, we all went up to our own rooms and went to sleep. I was staring at the stars as I heard light snoring coming from the other bed. I chuckled silently. I gripped the bed sheets and looked up as a shooting star fell from the sky. I closed my eyes and made a wish. I wish I could see Connor again. I opened my eyes as the star disappeared. I know that Connor might be dead, but I refuse to believe it. I just have this feeling that he's out there somewhere, just waiting for me to save him. Whatever it is, I have a feeling we might see each other soon enough. With that in mind, I slowly drifted to sleep. Chapter 7. I woke up the following day to someone yanking my arm from its socket. I opened my eyes to look at Katie, who was dragging me from my bed across the hallway. I could hear laughter coming ahead. I looked up to see Trey and Finn laughing as Jace shook his head at something. What the hell is going on? I pulled my arm away from Katie and walked towards them. What's wrong? I asked Jace. The other two baboons were too busy laughing to see me coming over. Jace turned to me, and I could see him trying hard not to laugh as well. Will someone please tell me what's going on? I huffed and stomped my foot like a 3-year-old. Trey covered my mouth and placed a finger on his lips. Sure, watch this. I looked at him weirdly as he tilted my chin towards whatever they were laughing about. Now I know why. In front of us, in Lucas's bed, Kent was sleeping peacefully. I could feel myself shaking from holding my laughter. Kent had his arm draped over Lucas's waist. Lucas was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, Kent snuggled closer. Then Lucas turned and pulled Kent over his chest. What the fudge? I couldn't hold it anymore. I laughed so hard my sides hurt. The next thing I knew, I heard screaming and 2 loud thumps. I looked up and saw Lucas on the floor, shock written across his face as he turned to us. I glanced at Kent, and he was shaking his head. Did you two have a good time last night? Katie snickered at them. Kent stared at us weirdly, but when he looked around and noticed he wasn't in his room, he jumped 50 feet in the air and ran out of the room faster than you can say cheese. Lucas was still sitting on the floor. I didn't know you swung that way, Lucas, I said. Lucas snapped his attention towards me, and he suddenly jumped. What are you all doing here? He asked wearily. I laughed. Nothing. I snickered and walked away. Trey and Finn were laughing as they went back to their rooms. Jace was long gone, and Kent, I bet, is in his room trying to figure out what the hell he was doing in Lucas's room. Katie was beside me, giggling like a freaking 2-year-old. I couldn't blame her. It was hilarious. We walked back to our room, and I grabbed my clothes for the day and headed straight for the shower. After taking a nice warm shower, I skipped downstairs towards the kitchen for some breakfast. When I got there, I saw Jake. Oh, how lovely. Note the sarcasm. I was fully intent on ignoring him. I could feel his eyes boring at the back of my head. Hi, my name is Jake. You're Leah, beater of the Shadow Valley pack, am I right? He asked. I ignored him. I think that kind of pissed him off. Jake wasn't used to people ignoring him. I grabbed my plate of bacon and eggs and made a move to walk around him, but he held my arm, stopping me abruptly. Did I do something wrong? He asked. He must be freaking kidding me. He made my life a living hell 6 months ago. Oh, wait, he doesn't recognize me. Should I be excited or sad about this? I shrugged his hand off and walked away. Step 1 of my plans is to ignore the people who used to hurt me and check. Step 2, kick their butts during training. Oh, this is going to be so good. After eating my breakfast, I grabbed Trey's hand and walked towards the backyard, where the others were waiting for us to start training. Okay, listen up, people. My name is Leah, and this is Trey, I pointed to Trey. We're going to teach you all about defense and offense in both human and wolf form. As I finished, a blonde bimbo raised her perfectly manicured hand and spoke in a high-pitched voice. Why train in human form? We are werewolves, after all, can't we just shift? Her voice was so high-pitched I had to cover my ears. I sighed and started explaining, your werewolves are only as strong as your human form. There will be certain times when you might not be able to shift. If you're not used to your human form, then you're dead. If you shift too quickly, then the enemy will be able to take advantage of your size and pin you down easily. Just because you're a werewolf doesn't mean you should ignore your human side. Got it? I said loudly enough for everyone to hear. They all nodded their heads. I turned to Trey, let's go for a run first. Okay. He replied. All right, everyone, go strip behind trees or bushes and shift, I ordered. All the others started making their way towards the trees to strip off their clothes. Trey and I just stood there waiting for them. Since we could shift without tearing our clothes, we didn't need to strip. All right, now I want everyone to gather around and follow us. If you are left behind, rest assured that you will receive twice the workout that the others will receive. If I hear any complaints, then I will triple it. Understood. They all grunted or groaned in response, but in the end, they nodded their heads. Trey and I shifted, and we took off towards the forest. I could hear the others following us, but at a slower rate. Since the wolves here were not highly trained, Trey and I agreed to slow it down so the others could actually keep up. After running for an hour, we finally made it back towards the backyard. I shifted back to my human form with Trey trailing behind me. The others were all worn out, and most of them fell to the ground after they finished shifting and putting on their clothes. This is going to be a long day. We trained for 4 hours before taking a break for lunch. After lunch, we got back to training. We were training the pack members how to block attacks when I heard a distant rustling. Then, a scream. I looked up to see a hunter holding onto Ashley's forearm. She was struggling and shaking. I clenched my fists and stalked towards the hunter. Trey followed beside me as 4 more hunters walked out of the forest. I stopped when we were just a few feet away from each other. Well, what do we have here? He shook Ashley. A weak little pup. He breathed down Ashley's face, and I could see disgust written all over her face. Let her go, I said between clenched teeth. The other hunters started laughing, and that's when I snapped. I took off and killed the first 2 hunters as Trey took out the other 2. It all happened in 3 seconds flat, and the hunter holding Ashley didn't know what was happening until I faced him. Boo, I said. His eyes widened as I punched him square in the face. When he released Ashley, I swiped under his feet and jumped on him. I grabbed his neck and twisted it with a snap. Such annoying hunters, how did they get past the patrollers? I turned to see Trey snapping the other hunter's head. I looked around, and Ashley was okay. She was still shaking, but no injuries. The other pack members were eyeing me and Trey cautiously. I stood up and dusted my pants. All right, everyone, training is over for today. Enjoy your afternoon, I said, dragging all the hunters' bodies towards the edge of the backyard. Trey dragged the other 2 hunters, and we started making a large fire to burn their bodies. How did you think they got past the patrollers? I asked Trey. Trey sighed and shrugged, no idea. But seeing how this pack isn't actually that accurate, it's possible they were able to sneak past them. I nodded and didn't say anything else. We walked back inside the pack house. Trey went back to his room, but I needed to talk to Jason Ryan about the patrollers. I headed towards the Alpha's office and knocked. I heard a muffled come in and opened the door, revealing Ryan, Jace, and Lucas. I gulped and sat down beside Jace. How was training, Leah? He asked. It was fine until 5 hunters showed up. One of them had Ashley. I said casually. Ryan's eyes bulged out, and he leaned forward. Hunters? But that's impossible. We have patrollers everywhere doing rounds. How did they get past us? He asked. Ryan gripped his hair and leaned back against his chair. He let out a sigh as I contemplated the possibility. So far, I have 3 theories, I said. The 3 guys looked at me intently, waiting for me to continue. First, the patrollers weren't doing their job. Second, the hunters could have concocted something that allowed them to mask their scent. Third, we have a spy on our hands, and they managed to sneak the hunters past patrollers. I crossed my arms over my chest as I finished. I could see the gears turning in their heads. I looked at Lucas, but he was staring blankly at the wall. Lucas, you all right? I asked him. He snapped out of it and stared at me. I stared back as his face remained expressionless. I'm fine. He finally answered. He turned and walked out of the office, slamming the door shut. What's his problem? I asked Ryan. Ryan let out a sigh and shook his head. I don't know. He's been like that for the past 6 months. My eyes widen. 6 months? I asked. Ryan nodded. I slumped in my seat as I could feel Jace's eyes on me. I stood up. Excuse me, I need to do something. I didn't wait for a reply and quickly walked out the door. Lucas was walking at a fast pace down the halls. I followed him closely behind, but still stayed hidden in case he turned around. He didn't. He continued walking, not being cautious about his surroundings. That was dangerous for a werewolf because then hunters could just sneak up on them. He turned a sharp right, and I followed silently. When I turned the corner, Lucas was gone. I looked left and right, but he wasn't here. I huffed and leaned against the wall on my side. I wonder what's wrong with Lucas. Ever since I got here, he seems like a walking shell. He doesn't have that spark in his eyes anymore. He was still alive, but seemed barely alive. It was as if he were living, but not truly living life. I sighed. This is too much work to think about. I turned around, about to go to my room, when I bumped into a hard chest. Not just anyone's chest, I could feel tingling from where I hit the person. I looked up and was greeted by Lucas' green eyes. His eyes widened, and he whispered one word, mine. I gave him a confused look. He suddenly pulled me flush against his chest. I put my hands on his chest to push him away, but he just held me closer. Lucas, let go, I said between clenched teeth. Lucas ignored me and sniffed my hair. I thought I'd never see you again. I could feel pain and sorrow in his voice. I wanted to comfort him, to tell him I'm never leaving him, but I didn't want to. He hurt me, he didn't do anything when I was exiled. I could have died, and he wouldn't even care. With every ounce of my strength, I managed to push him off me. His expression showed pain, but mine showed anger and betrayal. Don't you dare call me yours. I am not yours, Lucas Knight. I yelled at him. Pain flashed in his eyes before it turned to sadness, then anger. Do not talk to me like that. I am your mate and you are mine. He yelled at me. I wanted to laugh. I am not yours. I glared at him and punched his gut. That was for rejecting me when I needed you most. I pulled him by the hair and threw him on the other side of the hallway. That is for doing nothing when Ryan exiled me. I started walking away but turned around before turning the corner, and this is for all those years of torture. With that, I left him there in pain, hurt, sadness, and anger. I shouldn't waste my time with him. He doesn't deserve my pity, nor does he deserve my attention. It's his fault I'm doing this. But deep down, I still cared for him. I groaned and punched the wall beside me. Why can't I forget about him? Why can't I move forward? Why can't I just forget about everything and have my family back? I sighed and slid down the wall. No matter what, I can't change what's happened. On the bright side, at least I met Jace and the others. But on the downside, I had to come back here and deal with Lucas all over again. I just hope tomorrow's a better day. Chapter 8. Today, we were going to train the Silver Moon Pack. After my confrontation with Lucas yesterday, I managed to avoid him altogether, but I'm confident I won't be able to prevent him from training. Since he is in beta, he will have to discuss the training schedule and everything with me. I could ask Trey or Kent to do it, but I didn't want to appear weak. With that in mind, I got out of bed and took a long, hot bath. Baths always make me feel more relaxed. I sank lower into the tub as the warm water soothed all of my tense muscles. Katie banged on the door and yelled, "Leah, get out of there. I need to use the bathroom, and you've been in there for a century." I chuckled. I have not been in here for a century. Stop being so melodramatic, Katie. I yelled back, smirking as I got out of the bathtub and wrapped a towel around me. I opened the door to a hoping and pissed off Katie. She glared at me as I gave her an innocent smile. "Sorry for being in there for a century," I said sarcastically. Katie glared playfully at me one more time before running past me and slamming the bathroom door in my face. "You're welcome," I yelled at the door. I heard Katie groan as she said, "Beware of Kent sleepwalking in your bed, he might do it tonight." I chuckled. But then I paused. I'd better lock my doors from now on. I am not taking any chances with Kent's stupid sleepwalking habits. Lucas just became his victim yesterday, and I don't want to be the second. Though I really wish he would do that to Ryan or Jake. Especially naked. That would give them a scare that will scar them for life. I grinned mentally. Oh, I'm so evil right now. Hee. I got dressed and marched downstairs for breakfast. As I turned the corner, I could hear some people yelling. I tiptoed silently. I know it's wrong to eavesdrop, but I can't help it. If you don't want people to hear your arguments, don't do it in the kitchen. I sneaked a peek and gasped mentally at the scene unfolding in front of me. Ashley and Lucas were fighting. I could see anger clearly in Lucas' eyes as Ashley held jealousy and anger as well. I was so confused. Why were they fighting? I had to strain my ears to hear clearly. "Ashley, why can't you just drop it? Leah got exiled 6 months ago. She's already had it rough as it is. Why are you trying to make her suffer even more?" Lucas yelled. I stood there frozen. Why are you defending that slut? If my memory serves right, you rejected her, didn't you? She will never forgive you. She will never take you back. Nothing you do will ever change her mind. Ashley yelled back. I saw pain and regret flash in Lucas' eyes before they turned hard and were replaced with pure anger. She is not a slut. She's a better person than you will ever be. Lucas fisted his hair and tugged on it as he groaned loudly. Just leave, Ashley. He whispered. Ashley looked stunned and hurt, but then she looked determined. Fine. But mark my words, Lucas, I will be back, and I will make that slut mate of yours pay for what she's done. I clenched my fists in anger when she finished. Why does she hate me so much? I get a lot of people who hate me. Heck, the whole pack hated me, but why? That was the question that constantly ran in my head whenever people beat the crap out of me. Why do they hate me? Let's say I never predicted the answer to be the words Lucas spoke next. It's not Cordelia's fault that she is one of the chosen ones to be protecting the werewolf race. Why do you hate her for that anyway? Don't you want peace? Ashley glared at Lucas and yelled, I do want peace, but I don't want that biatch to be the one who brings peace. She's just going to screw everything up. It should have been me. I should be the chosen one, not her. All right, that's it. I marched up to Ashley and punched her square in the face. She fell backwards from the impact, and I heard a crunch when my fist connected with her face. I'm guessing I broke her nose. Good. I looked up at Lucas, but he wasn't paying attention to Ashley anymore. All his attention was solely on me. His eyes held regret, pain, and pride. He's proud that I punched the hell out of Ashley. Well, I know she's a biatch and everything, but isn't she his mate? I put my hand up and cut him off. Save it, Lucas. With that, I walked out of the kitchen and ran towards the forest. I no longer had an appetite to eat breakfast. I ran fast and for a long time. It might have been hours, but in truth, it was about an hour and a half. As I trotted back to the pack house, Lucas was sitting down on the back porch with a bunch of clothes in his hands. When he saw me coming, he got up slowly and walked towards me. I gave him a warning growl, and he stopped. He placed the clothes on the floor and looked at me with pain-filled eyes before turning and heading inside. I shifted back, grabbed the clothes, and went inside. I saw Lucas about to turn into the hallway, but I stopped him. Here are your clothes, I said with no emotion. Lucas nodded, not meeting my eyes, and then he left. I sighed. This is too much stress. The day passed uneventfully afterwards. I didn't see Ashley during training. Lucas was there, but he seemed to be in a daze the whole time. If he doesn't get his head out of the gutter soon, he'll get hurt. I picked up a small ball and aimed it at Lucas' back. I threw it and heard an oomph. I looked up and was greeted by a pair of lush green eyes. What was that for? Lucas asked as he grabbed the ball and threw it back at me. I caught it with ease and shrugged. You need to be aware of your surroundings at all times. Let's say I was a hunter, and I threw a silver knife at you instead of this ball. You would be dead right now, I said with all seriousness. Lucas glared at me, but then his expression softened. You're right, he whispered. I froze. My heart picked up, and I felt fluttering in my stomach. Tingles ran up and down my spine from his soft voice. Why does he have this effect on me? He rejected me. At least, I think he did. Whatever, I muttered and turned to go back inside, but Lucas grabbed my arm and pulled me back. Leah, please, I need to talk to you. He pleaded. I looked into his eyes, which was a huge mistake. In his eyes were love, longing, and regret. My chest tightened with longing to be in his arms, to be in love with him, but I knew we were far from that right now. Talk, I said, as I stared at him with a blank face. Lucas begins dragging me somewhere. I didn't know where he was taking me, but for some reason, I didn't feel alarmed. I didn't feel the need to look behind my back for enemies because, for some odd reason, I trusted Lucas. I know he would protect me with his life. But, the question is, will he? We stopped in the middle of a clearing. The water flowed and sparkled under the dim sunlight. Lucas walked over to a large boulder with me in tow. Once he sat down, he gently tugged my hand, making me sit on his lap. I wanted to protest, I wanted to lash at him, but he wouldn't let go. I started pushing his chest, which only resulted in him pulling me closer and holding me tighter. I gave up and fell limp in his arms. Once he was sure I wouldn't try to pull away, he loosened his grip and still held me in his arms. "What is it you wanted to talk about that we couldn't have done it back at the pack house?" I asked impatiently. Lucas sighed before leaning his head on top of mine. "I didn't want people to disturb us when I tell you everything." I looked up and stared into his green eyes. His eyes held love, adoration, and a hint of anxiety. "Spit it out," I said harshly. Lucas flinched but nodded anyway. "I didn't mean to reject you 6 months ago," he started. "I was excited when I found out you were my mate. But there was a problem. I was with Ashley. I couldn't just leave her like that. I loved her, Leah." I growled. I glared at him, my eyes filled with anger and hatred. "Do not give me that bull, Lucas. I don't care what your reasons are, you rejected me either way. You hurt me, you scarred me. That scar will always be with me forever, Lucas. How can I trust whatever you're saying right now? How do I know that you won't just turn your back on me when I accept you?" I stopped him before he could talk. "You can't predict the future, Lucas. Sure, you might not love Ashley right now, but what if, for some reason, you loved her again and left me? I won't be able to cope with that. I can't just be your rebound girl whenever you and Ashley fight," I said sternly. I got up from Lucas's lap and quickly made my way back towards the pack house. I could feel Lucas's presence behind me, but I was too busy replaying what he said to me earlier. Suddenly, I felt someone pull me by the elbow as my back connected with that of a tree trunk. I growled at Lucas, my eyes glowing a brighter blue. "Let me go," I snarled. Lucas ignored me and continued to pin me against the tree. "I swear, Lucas, if you don't let me go, I will break every bone in your body," I snapped. Fear was shown in Lucas' eyes before he replaced it with determination. Before I could react, his lips smashed into mine. His kiss was filled with passion, love, and frustration. I just stood there, unmoving, indecisive. Should I kiss him back? Before I could decide, Lucas pulled away and rested his forehead against mine. I gazed into his eyes as he gazed into mine. "Please," he pleaded. I knew what he wanted. But I wasn't sure if I was ready. I haven't fully trusted him yet. Lucas didn't wait for an answer as his lips connected with mine again, this time more gently and sweetly. I surprised both Lucas and myself by responding. I timidly caressed his cheek with my fingers as I felt tingling radiate from the simple gesture. Lucas started kissing my nose, then my cheeks, my forehead, and my eyelids before kissing my lips. I wrapped my free hand around his neck and pulled him closer to me. Lucas growled in approval as I could feel his arms snaking around my waist. I didn't pull away. The tingling felt terrific, the kiss was mind-blowing. For once in a long time, I felt complete. Is this what mates think? All too soon, Lucas pulled away. I whimpered, but Lucas just chuckled. His chest vibrated against mine, and I blushed when I realized I wanted to kiss him. I wanted him to kiss me again. What is going on with me? I can't feel this. I can't trust him. Give him a chance. My wolf whined. My eyes widened, and my wolf hadn't been speaking to me for a long time. How can I trust him ever again for what he did to us? I asked her. I could imagine her pacing back and forth in the back of my mind. I'd rather take the risk of being loved and then losing it instead of never being loved and losing it. I knew what she was talking about. She was talking about when all of this is over, when we find the hunter's secret weapon. When we finished training the Silver Moon Pack, I had to go back to the Shadow Valley Pack. I'd have to go on missions worldwide. I couldn't stay with Lucas. "We can't," I whispered. I was afraid that if I said it loud enough, it might come true. "Why?" Lucas asked, hurt evident in his face. My heart shattered. I didn't like seeing him hurt. Yes, he might have rejected me, but everyone deserves a second chance. This might be my last chance of ever having happiness and feeling the love that mates should feel. I'm a warrior, Lucas. My job is dangerous, and I have to go back to the Shadow Valley pack when this is all over." He opened his mouth to reply, but I placed a finger on his lips to stop him. "I will not let you leave the Silver Moon pack, Lucas. You are the Beta. You have responsibilities," I said solemnly. I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want to do this. Lucas nodded his head, but I could see he had tears in his eyes. I grabbed his face in my hands and kissed him softly. "But I'm willing to try, Lucas," I said. Hope and happiness shone in Lucas' eyes as he picked me up and spun me around. I giggled at him as his laugh echoed around the forest. "Please forgive me." He stared into my eyes with so much love I was practically drowning in them. I nodded absent-mindedly before a question popped into my head. I wanted to ask him, but seeing him smile for the first time since I got here changed my mind. I can worry about the past later. Right now, I want to focus on Lucas, my mate. My wolf purred approvingly at the word my mate. I mentally agreed with her. Lucas finally put me down and gave me one last lingering kiss before he grabbed my hand, and we both made our way back towards the pack house. When we got there, everything was quiet. Too quiet. Something was wrong. Then I heard it, an ear-piercing scream. I knew whose scream it was. It belonged to Katie. I ran towards the pack house at full speed with Lucas hot on my trail. I didn't slow down when I got inside. I ran up the stairs towards Katie and my bedroom and barged in. There, I saw Katie writhing in pain on the floor. I fell to the floor beside her and put pressure on her stomach, where blood was gushing out. She was losing a lot of blood. "Lucas, get the pack, doctor, now," I yelled. I heard footsteps echoing throughout the house. "Katie, stay with me now. Come on, open your eyes." I frantically shook her. Katie groaned but kept her eyes open. "That's it, just stay awake, Katie." 30 seconds later, I heard many footsteps as people barged through the door. Jace pushed people out of the way and quickly carried Katie in his arms. I followed him as he walked down the halls towards the infirmary. I was about to go in, but then I was pulled back by someone I didn't know. I was furious. I wanted to rip his throat out for not letting me through. I was about to lash at him when I felt a strong pair of arms holding me back by the waist. I thrashed in his arms as I turned to look at Trey. He didn't loosen his hold on me as I started punching his shoulders. After a few minutes, I stopped punching him, but I was still shaking. I knew I was close to shifting. I wanted to be in there for Katie. She was like a sister to me. I was about to lash out at Trey again, but then I was suddenly engulfed in a warm embrace. I looked up to meet Lucas' green eyes. Lucas pulled me flush against his chest as he stroked my hair and cooed sweet words in my ears. After several minutes, I stopped shaking, and my breath evened out. I didn't notice we were sitting on a chair. I glanced up and saw Kent, Finn, and Trey staring at me in Lucas' arms. I didn't have the energy to talk to them, so I sent them a mind link. "I'll explain this later." With that, I closed the mind link and fell asleep in Lucas' arms. Chapter 9. I woke up with my throat dry and aching from all the crying I did last night. Lucas was nowhere to be found as I looked around the room I was in. Judging from the smell, I was in Lucas's bedroom. I never noticed before, but his room was slightly messy, but still organized. Clothes were thrown in a corner, and papers were sprawled all over his desk, but besides those, his room was relatively clean. Before I could get up, the door swung open, revealing a shirtless Lucas. If this were a few days ago, I would have glared daggers at him and demanded he put a shirt on, but now, I'm drooling over him, and I'm proud of it. Lucas smirked when he saw me visibly ogling him, and I shut my mouth. Wow, it hasn't been a day, and I'm already falling for him. Is that bad? I got up in a sitting position as I just noticed I was lying on Lucas' bed. "Where did you sleep last night?" I asked him with an eyebrow raised. Lucas still had a smirk on his face as he sat down beside me, pulling me close to him. "Don't worry, I didn't touch you. I slept on the couch last night," he said as he stroked my hair. I pulled away slightly to look up at him. "Why did you sleep on the couch? Isn't it painful?" I asked with a worried expression on my face. Lucas chuckled and tapped my nose. It was rather uncomfortable, but I didn't want to push my boundaries with you. I smiled at him. He's so sweet. Then I remembered what happened yesterday, which dampened my mood. Lucas seemed to notice as he stopped stroking my hair and held my face. What's wrong? Are you hurt? He asked as he tilted my head from left to right, searching for any injuries. I shook my head with a small smile and grabbed his hands. I'm fine, but what happened to Katie? Is she okay? I have to see her. My voice got higher and louder as I spoke. She's fine. She's just resting right now. I nodded and rested my head on his shoulder. What happened? I asked no one in particular. I could feel Lucas shrugging his shoulders. I'm not sure. The pack doctor said she was attacked last night when she got back from the pack run. No one was around because she got there first. I nodded as a stray tear fell on my face. I should have been there. I sobbed. Lucas gripped my shoulder tightly and tilted my chin so I could look at him. It wasn't your fault. She got ambushed, but the problem is, how? That was a good question. How is it that Katie was ambushed? Lucas and I were near the pack house, and we didn't notice any weird scents hanging around. The house was eerily quieter than usual, but that's because everyone was out on the pack run. What was Katie doing there anyway? I groaned. This is too much. I glanced up at Lucas and shrugged my shoulders. Let's just go get something to eat. I'm hungry, I suggested. Lucas nodded his head and took my hand as we both walked down the stairs towards the kitchen. Lucas sat on a bar stool as I walked over to the fridge, searching for an apple. I threw an apple at Lucas, and he caught it professionally. We ate our apples in silence when the question that had been eating my brain all day yesterday popped into my head. Hey, Lucas. Lucas looked up. Yeah? He said with his mouth full. How should I go and ask him? I should have thought of that before I opened my big mouth. I sighed. Can you please tell me about the prophecy you and Ashley were talking about the other day? I asked bluntly. I flinched when I noticed the look of anger in Lucas' eyes. Lucas must have seen me flinching because his eyes softened slightly as he extended his arm. Come here. I complied. I sat on his lap as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders so I didn't fall. Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's this prophecy that I heard when I was a kid. But of course, like any other prophecies or myths, it's real whether we choose to believe it or not. He started. I glanced up and gave him an eager look. Lucas continued, the prophecy sounds like this. Twins born on the same day under the blue moon will have incredible power to bring either peace and harmony or darkness and destruction to the werewolf race. I gave him a confused look. How does that have anything to do with me? I asked. Lucas sighed as he shifted so that he could play with my hair. Do you remember your birthday? I nodded my head slowly. Do you know what that day meant? He asked again. This time, I shook my head. I was getting frustrated. What is he trying to say? Lucas, I don't understand. He sighed. You were born under the blue moon. I stared at him wide-eyed. How do you know this? I asked him. I never really took notice of my birthday because it always reminds me of him. I took a deep breath and willed the tears to go away as I remembered Connor. Well, I am the beta and Ryan's dad, the previous alpha, who talked to Jake about your birthdays and other stuff when you got here years ago. We were shocked when Jake told us you were born under the blue moon, but then you didn't have a twin, so the alpha forgot about it. I nodded. They didn't know about Connor. Should I tell him? Can I truly trust him? I decided not to. Not yet. I may be forgiving him slowly, but I don't fully trust him yet, especially with information that can put my life and those around me in danger. Is that all about the prophecy? I asked. Well, Lucas trailed off. I looked up at him once again and saw that he looked nervous. Lucas, what's wrong? Are you okay? I placed a hand on his cheek. That seemed to calm him down because he took a deep breath and sighed slowly. Yeah, it's just. The prophecy said that if the twins ever fight against each other or something like that, then it's the end of the whole werewolf race. I gasped. What will happen if, for example, one of the twins dies? I asked cautiously. I made it sound like I was sincerely curious because I didn't want him to know that I had a twin. Well, if one of them dies, then the other twin will know. Then the cycle will repeat itself until the twins either fight against each other or work together and grant peace all over the werewolf race. I nodded my head numbly. I had a feeling Connor was alive. That I'm sure, but is he injured? Is he in a coma? That was a tricky question to answer. All I know is he's alive, but where can I find him? He could be on the other side of the world for all I know. I must have looked exhausted because Lucas started carrying me bridal style up the stairs into my bedroom. Before we could go in, I placed a hand on his chest, and he stopped. Can we go see Katie first? I looked away so that he didn't see the tears welling up in my eyes. I could feel him nodding as we changed courses and headed straight for the infirmary. Lucas placed my feet on the floor gently as I stumbled for a moment before gaining my balance and opening the infirmary door. Inside, Katie was lying on the bed. Her skin seemed pale, and her bones were sticking out. It had only been a day, and already she looked like she was halfway on the road to death. I gasped and ran to her side, taking her hand in mine gently so as not to hurt her any further. You're going to be fine, Katie. You're going to be okay. I promise you. You're going to wake up soon. I know it. Please, please wake up. I sobbed as I brought her hand up to my forehead. I was too busy sobbing that I didn't notice Lucas leaving the room, offering me some privacy. Katie, I don't know what to do. Everything is moving too fast. Everything seems so surreal, and I don't know what's real and what's not anymore. My tears were rolling down my cheeks, and I wiped them away. I know I might sound selfish at this moment, but please wake up. I need you. I need you. I cried silently at her side. The constant beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound that could be heard in the room besides my silent sobbing. I must have fallen asleep because I could feel someone carrying me. From the tingling I felt, I knew it was Lucas. I heard a door open as Lucas placed me softly on a bed. I felt something warm on my forehead before it disappeared. I unconsciously grabbed onto Lucas's hand and pulled him back. I whispered, "Stay with me." I didn't hear a reply, but I felt the bed dip slightly as something warm met my cheek. Go to sleep. I nodded my head and was instantly enveloped in a dreamless sleep. The following day, I woke up with the sun glaring down on my face. I stretched my arms and my legs cat-like when I felt something warm behind me. I was suddenly alert, but when I felt the tingling, I relaxed. I turned around and looked at Lucas' peaceful sleeping face. He had his arms around me in a firm grip, which made it impossible for me to get up, so I settled on staring at him until he woke up. After 2 minutes of admiring his handsome face, I felt him stir. "Take a picture, it'll last longer," Lucas said with a small smile playing on his lips. I yelped as his arms gripped my waist tightly and pulled me closer to him. "Lucas, we have to get up." I cooed in his ear. He muttered something incoherent and went back to sleep. I sighed and started playing with his fringe. "What are you doing?" Lucas asked tiredly. I ignored him and continued playing with his fringe. I felt him growl deeply, and faster than I could blink, he was on top of me. I lay there, shocked, but then smiled when I saw his eyes twinkle with mischief. "I was trying to get you up," I said innocently. Lucas mocked, glared at me, and I squirmed under his gaze. "Come on, we have to start training. Let's go before Kent sleepwalks into this room." When I mentioned Kent sleepwalking, Lucas was out of bed and in the bathroom faster than I thought possible. I was laughing so hard that my sides began to ache. When Lucas got out with a towel hung low around his waist, I stopped laughing and stared at this Greek god that I could call mine. Lucas smirks, "Thank you for the Greek god comment, babe. But you need to get ready, or else we'll never get out of this room." My head snapped at him as I gasped. "Stop reading my mind." I yelled at him as I scrambled out of bed towards the bathroom. I didn't have to. We're mates. We're supposed to be able to read each other's minds. I groaned and smacked my forehead. How could I forget about that tiny detail? I shrugged and finished taking my shower. Lucas and I made our way downstairs, but then Lucas suddenly stopped, making me stumble onto his back. I groaned and rubbed my nose as I tried to walk ahead of Lucas. His hand shot out and grabbed me before I could sidestep him. "What's wrong, Lucas?" I asked him. Lucas didn't answer. He just kept staring into whatever made him stop. I pulled away from his grip and stood beside him. Though I wished I didn't. There, standing in front of us, was Ashley, in all her caked face of glory. She was wearing a hot pink tube top and a short, tight miniskirt that came a few centimeters below her buttocks. Her hair was straightened, and I almost gagged from the amount of cheap perfume she had on. "What do you want, wannabe Barbie?" I said harshly. I still didn't like Ashley. Never did. She always has this kind of mysterious aura around her, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel like she knows more than she's letting on, but what is it? No matter how many times I rack my brain, I can't come up with anything that might lead her to hate me with a passion. Oh, nothing. I just came to see my favorite all-time happy mate couple. Is that so bad? She replied, sickly sweetly, with an innocent smile on her face. "Lukey, when are you going to dump this slut and come back to me? I forgive you for the other day. Now come on." She extended a hand for Lucas to take, and I growled at it. "Back off, Ashley. Lucas is mine." I growled again, this time louder. I could feel Lucas growl approvingly when I called him mine. "Ashley, I told you before. I don't love you. We're over, get it through your head. Leah is my real mate, and I'm not leaving her a second time. The first time was hard enough." I continued to glare at Ashley as she eyed Lucas hungrily. "Ashley," Lucas wrapped an arm around me as he continued, "stop aggravating Leah. She's stronger than she was, and I don't want to have to explain to Ryan why she attacked you. Now leave." He spoke harshly in the end. I smiled triumphantly at Ashley's hurt expression. "This is your last chance, Lucas," she said with a sudden dark expression on her face. Her voice was ice cold, and there was no emotion in it whatsoever. "Leave. Ashley." Ashley was turning red and furious, and I knew she was close to shifting. She turned on her heels and ran out of the pack house. I looked at Lucas, and he shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know what's gotten into her. She was never like this before." He sighed. I nodded absent-mindedly. I still didn't like the fact that she was with Lucas when they both knew I was his mate. Lucas already said he was sorry. Forget about the past. My wolf growled in my head. I shook my head at her and sighed. It's hard to forget about it. What he did scarred us for life, whether we like it or not. I don't know about you, but there's something fishy going on here, and I don't like it. I could feel my wolf retreating. I sighed. She's been like this ever since we got here. She would always offer a few comments, then retreat to her corner and remain silent. I'm starting to get worried about her. "Lucas, let's go," I said as I grabbed his hands. He didn't protest as I pulled him outside for training. I hope that my instincts are wrong, because if I'm right, something will happen tomorrow. Something bad. And whatever it is, it'll change everything. All of our plans will be changed, and I feel even more anxious about tomorrow. Fortunately, Lucas didn't seem to notice my mental rant as he quickly got into position and started training with the rest of the pack members. I'd better keep a close eye on Ashley. Something just isn't right about her. She has this kind of smug, confident aura around her, and she seemed darker than she used to. Whatever it is, I'm ready for her. After training, everyone left. Lucas gently took my hand as we both walked side by side back to his room. Since Katie was still in the infirmary, I couldn't step into our room. I couldn't bear looking at her empty bed. Lucas sat down on the bed and tugged me closer as I snuggled deep into his chest. His hands wrapped around me in a protective and possessive gesture. If this were a different situation, I would have laughed at him, but I needed this. I needed to know that he was here. For the first time since this morning, I felt completely safe. I hope Lucas doesn't get hurt. Chapter 10. I woke up the following day to the sound of someone screaming. I shot up from bed, grabbed my gun and katana, and ran down the stairs. It was a bloody battle. Pack members were fighting. The smell of hunters and rogues lingered in the air. I saw Lucas following me as I ran towards a rogue. With one swift movement, the rogue's head rolled on the floor as his body slumped down, unmoving. I ran towards other pack members to help as much as I could. Blood filled the air, and gunshots were heard. I could see Jace snapping a hunter's neck. Trey was cutting their limbs with his sword as Kent and Finn took on other hunters. Lucas helped me take down other rogues. A rogue saw Lucas and aimed for his throat, but I jumped midair and slammed into him, hard. He fell on the ground but got up and shifted to his wolf, then he lunged. I managed to duck under his belly, quickly pulling out my gun. I shot him through the heart and pushed him off of me. I hit him several times in the legs and stomach so he couldn't move. I turned and barely missed a punch in the face. I growled at the hunter and twisted his arm, pulling it out of its sockets. With one swift movement, I kicked him under the legs and snapped his neck. I was about to help some other pack members when the hunters suddenly ran away, leaving all the rogues behind. Some of them ran away, but some looked like they were fighting an inner battle. They fell to the ground and convulsed. They thrashed along the ground, howling in pain as they shifted from human to wolf, then back from wolf to human. It was sickening to see. Yes, they were rogues, and they were heartless, but either way, they are still our brothers and sisters. A few seconds passed, and then they suddenly stopped. It was like they were frozen in a shocked state. Eyes wide, filled with pain and fear. Body pale as the moon, and hair filled with blood and mud. What is going on? Lucas slowly came up to me, wrapping his arms around my waist as he rested his chin on my shoulder. I don't know, Lucas, I replied. I turned to Jace, who was pale. Jace, what's going on? I asked, but I'm still on high alert in case they send a backup. It can't be, he muttered more to himself than to me. I raised an eyebrow in confusion and stood in front of him. Jace, what can't be? I asked sternly. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, and then his eyes bored into mine. So many emotions flickered in his eyes, but one stood out, betrayal. I gasped, Jace, it can't be, I stuttered. I was shaking as Lucas held on to me tighter, trying to comfort me, but it was useless. No, it couldn't be, could it? It's impossible, she shouldn't be back. She was gone. She was chained, how did she escape? So many questions raced through my mind, but there was one question I needed answers to. I turned to the Silver Moon pack and saw that all of them survived. They had some severe injuries, but nothing life-threatening. Our team was unscathed, but one person was missing. I quickly turned and ran towards the infirmary. Please be there. Please be there. I kept chanting in my head. As I got nearer, the faint stench of hunter lingered in the air, which caused me to let out a deep growl. If those filthy things touched my friend, I swear I will kill every single one of them. As I reached the door handle, I knew she was gone before I opened the door. I slammed it open, causing it to fall to the ground with a loud bang. She's gone. Katie, my friend, my sister, has been kidnapped. I slumped down on the dirty ground, not caring that the dust covered my legs and the glass penetrated my skin. I didn't care anymore. Lucas came running in but paused when he saw me, then he quickly pulled me up and cradled me in his arms. I wrapped my arm around his neck, sobbing hysterically as Lucas tried to soothe me. I heard the pounding of footsteps coming towards us, but I was too tired to look up. I knew who they were. Jace stopped in front of the door, watching me sobbing in Lucas' chest as he glanced at the room. Kent and Trey had to hold back Finn. He was fuming. Katie was like a sister to him, and he loved her like a sister. She was the one who found him when Finn ran away from his old pack because they had been massacred. I couldn't blame him. Even though Katie was strict and rough along the edges, she was like a sister and a mother to all of us. She took care of us. Now she's gone, and it's all because of that witch. I shook in anger as adrenaline pulsed through my veins. The question I wanted to ask so severely slipped through my mouth before I could stop it. How did Victorica escape the holding facility? I glared at the wall in front of me, burning it with my deathly stare. Jace was also shaking, but not by anger. He was shaking with hatred. Do not speak of her name. He snarled when he said her. I knew why. She was his everything, but she betrayed him in the end. She was the reason Jace lost everything in his past. She was the reason Jace would never be able to open up fully to other people. She's the reason he could never fall in love again. She's the reason Jace's mate and son died. I don't know about you guys, but this is serious. What is she doing here? Trey finally spoke. The real question is, how did she get here? She was chained. I half yelled at him, but then took deep breaths. It wasn't Trey's fault she got out. I'm sorry, Trey. I apologized as he gave me a knowing smile. It's okay, Leah. We're all just a lot tense at the moment, but we have to calm down and figure out a plan. We all nodded as Lucas stayed quiet. I noticed he was still holding me. I looked up and saw confusion in his eyes. Leah, what is going on? He asked. I looked down. Should I tell him? Is it even my story to tell? No, it's not. I shook my head. I'm sorry, Lucas. It's not my story to tell. It's Jace's. Lucas nodded in understanding, but I saw that tiny flicker of hurt in his eyes. I cupped his cheek with my hand and turned his head to me. If I could, I would tell you, Lucas, but I can't. It's not mine to tell. Please understand. I begged. Lucas sighed, but in the end, he nodded. I saw the love in his eyes, and I smiled at him in adoration. I guess he has changed. He's more mature now. I still remember how he would yell at people if they didn't tell him what was going on, but right now, he's being patient with me and giving me my space. My heart fluttered as my love for him grew. I never thought I could forgive him for ignoring me, but everyone deserves a second chance. I hope I won't be making the biggest mistake in my life. We all walked out of the infirmary as Ryan raced towards us. Is everyone all right? He asked with a worried expression on his face. I looked around and noticed Cassidy isn't with him. Alpha Ryan, where is your Luna? I asked. His face softened at the mention of his mate as a small smile made its way to his lips. She's helping out the injured pack members. I nodded. Seems Ryan has also changed. Excuse me, a new voice spoke. I turned around slowly and saw my brother, Jake, standing there with blood on his forehead. Yes. I replied hesitantly. Did he figure out who I was? I'm sorry, but you look familiar. He started. I tried to hide my face behind my hair, but I know it's useless. He'll find out soon enough. Yes, of course, I look familiar. Why wouldn't I be since you've been with me ever since I was born? His eyes bore into mine as my eyes held anger and hatred in them. I was angry for all the teasing and hatred for him abandoning me after my first shift. His eyes widened in realization as he took a step back. Cordelia. He spoke, ice lacing his voice. Jake, I replied, venom dripping as I said his name. I see you came back. He snarled at me. I glared at him, but before I could yell a snarky remark, Trey punched the lights out of him. I stared at my brother with a blank expression. Her name is Leah, Trey growled. I saw Jace trying to hold down Kent as Ryan held down Finn from attacking my so-called brother. Guys, let him be. I sighed. They all turned to me with a shocked expression on their faces. Jake, even though you've done so many things to me, you are still my family. I will be willing to forgive and forget, but you will have to earn it. For now, you are a stranger in my eyes. Including you, Nick. I turned my head as everyone followed. Nick shifted his foot from one to the other as he nodded. Let's go, guys, I said as I grabbed Lucas' hands. The day passed by in a blur. Everyone was moving around, either cleaning up the mess or tending to injured people. My team and I were busy scouting the area in case the hunters and rogues decided on another surprise attack. Lucas never left my side all day long. I would have told him off, but I needed him. I need to make sure he's safe, and I need to make sure he's still here. Even though I put up a brave front in front of the Silver Moon Pack, my team knew that inside, I was sad. Leah, are you sure you're up for this? Kent asked for the millionth time in the past few hours. We finished scouting and were now waiting for Ryan. He said he found out who ratted us out and who was helping Victorica. For the millionth time, Kent, I'm fine. I sighed in frustration. Finn was awfully quiet, and Jace still had that dazed look in his eye. Trey was currently sitting on my left, and Lucas was on my right. Trey was like me, putting up a brave front, but inside, he was shaking. Lucas was the only thing keeping me together. If it weren't for him, I would be bawling my eyes out right now. Jace, I spoke softly. His eyes snapped to mine, and I knew he was reliving the day he lost his family. You gonna be okay? I asked, my voice laced with concern. I'm fine, Leah. Don't worry. He replied as he plastered on a fake smile. I know it was fake. All of us were faking our smiles because we didn't want the others to be worried. We heard a knock on the door, and then it swung open. I turned and glared at the last person I wanted to see. What is that doing here? I snarled at the person. Ryan, who is this? Jace asked, ignoring my harsh tone. This is Ashley, Ryan growled at her as she smirked. My resources told me that she has been having secret meetings outside of town. Now, Ashley, tell us. Where is Victoria? Ryan growled as the others growled as well. I could feel Lucas shaking beside me, so I placed a hand on his arm to calm him down. I have no idea who you're talking about. She snapped back at him, big mistake. Ryan's eyes turned black, and fear flashed across her eyes as she began shaking. Do not disrespect your alpha. Now I demand you tell me what we want to know. His voice boomed as the walls shook. Ashley slumped down on her knees. Lucas shook from the power coming off of Ryan's voice, but held his ground. My team and I weren't affected by his alpha tone because we only submitted to our alpha. I don't know where she is. I always meet up with a rogue who is associated with her. She sobbed. I knew she was only telling half the truth, so I decided to step in. I grabbed her chin and gazed into her eyes. Her eyes dilated as I used one of my gifts. You will tell me everything you know and why you did what you did. She nodded her head robotically as she repeated what I said in a monotone voice. I was mad that Lucas pushed me away for you, so I drove to the next town east of here and met a hunter. He said he wouldn't kill me on condition I helped him. I refused at first, but then he said he would take care of you, and I thought I'd have Lucas all to myself, so I agreed. The next thing I knew, I blacked out and woke up in the middle of the forest. There was a woman with long red hair and eyes as black as the midnight sky. She commanded me to tell her where you were, so I did. She then vanished without another word. Ashley finished. We were all quiet as we took in what she told us. Jace, there's no other explanation. Everyone turned to me with fear in their eyes. Victorica is back, and she's here for revenge. Silence consumed the room once more. I could feel Lucas' grip tightening, and I didn't blame him. Victoria is known in the werewolf world after her big betrayal of the whole werewolf race. She invented a chip that would allow her to control anyone she wanted. She took the side of the hunters several months ago, but she was captured and locked away. Now she's back, and she wants revenge. The big question is she the hunter's secret weapon? They said it was a werewolf. Jace, could the secret weapon be her? I asked him. Jace shook his head, and I gave him a puzzled look, waiting for his explanation. The hunter said the werewolf is a rogue. Victoria is not a rogue. He said sternly. I nodded my head. That leaves us with more questions. What do we do? Lucas finally spoke. We all turned to him, and then everyone turned to Jace. We fight. Everyone nodded except for me. What about Ashley? Ryan asked. I glanced back at Ashley. Her eyes were still dilated because she was still under my control. I'll take care of her, I replied. I got up from the couch I was sitting on and walked towards her. My eyes dilated as I gazed into hers like before. You will assist the pack members in cleaning the pack house. You will not reveal anything that was spoken in this room to anyone else. You will stay away from hunters and rogues, but most importantly, you will stay away from Victorica. She nodded and got up to leave. How did you do that? Lucas asked slowly. I turned to him and sighed. I turned to Jace, silently asking for permission. It's your secret to share, Leah. I nodded. I turned back to Lucas and sat beside him. Jace and the others got up to give us some privacy. When the door closed with a click, I faced Lucas. Lucas, before I tell you what I'm about to say, I need you to understand that I kept this from you for a reason. Okay? I asked hesitantly. Lucas nodded as he cupped my face in his hands. Leah, everyone has their secrets, and you have yours. I won't blame you if you kept secrets from me because, let's be honest. Who would trust their mate that rejected them? He chuckled humorlessly. I saw pain and regret flash in his eyes as I gripped his hand that was still cupping my cheek. Lucas cut me off before I could continue. No, Leah. I understand. Tears welled up in my eyes at this sweet man in front of me. I trust you, Lucas, I mumbled as I hugged him. He wrapped his arms around me as his chin rested on my head, my face buried in his chest. After a few minutes, we finally pulled away, and I looked at him, my face serious. Lucas, my life is very complicated, and it's very dark. I want you to know that before I burden you with my past. Lucas' reply was a sweet kiss on the lips. You are never a burden to me. I smiled at his words. Then I told him everything. About my pack before coming across the Silver Moon pack. About my parents following the rogues. About Jake and Nick hating me after my first shift. I told him everything, even about my wolf. His eyes widened when I told him my wolf was pure white with a silver lining on my tail, but he kept quiet. When I told him about Connor, he held me and cradled me to his chest as tears silently streamed down my face. I even told him about Victorica. People know that she betrayed the werewolf race, but they didn't realize how brutal her betrayal was. Jace met Victorica when he was at an alpha meeting. His wife and son followed him as support since I had to stay back to help train the pack. His wife and mate, Lucy, was an excellent Luna. She was passionate, fair, and kind. Their son, Daniel, was adorable and loved by everyone. Victoria befriended Jace back then. One day, Jace invited Victorica over to our pack house and introduced her to his mate. Something snapped inside Victorica when she saw Lucy. Her eyes had an evil glint to them. We didn't know about it until it was too late. She distracted Jace and managed to persuade Lucy and Daniel to come out for a picnic. She brought them to a clearing far away from the pack house, and then she killed them. Jace felt the pain and ran towards the clearing. He was devastated when he saw his mate and son on the ground, lifeless. Victoria stood there with an evil grin on her face. The rest of us ran towards the clearing just in time to hear her last words. Mark this day, brothers and sisters, for today you have witnessed the fall of your precious Luna and only heir to the alpha position. With that, she disappeared. Jace was broken after that. He didn't trust anyone except for Trey, Kent, Finn, Katie, and me. A few days passed, and then we heard the news about her invention. Jace didn't waste time finding her and locking her up. It took us weeks to get him to open up again. He's better now, but I can still see sadness in his eyes when he sees other couples together. As I finished, Lucas had a hand on my lower back, and the other hand played with my fingers. We sat there, just enjoying each other's company, when the door slammed open, revealing a hectic Trey. She got Jace and Ryan. Chapter 11. She got Jace and Ryan. That was the last thing my brain registered before I flew out the door and out the pack house. My team was already there, but we missed Jace and Katie. I clenched my fists at the thought of what Victorica might do to them. Finn, have you figured out where they're keeping them? I asked as I walked towards them. Finn nodded and placed his laptop on the sturdy table outside the pack house. This point over here is where the hunters were last seen. Only a few hours have passed, and I doubt they're gone by now. Victoria might be good, but she was never the fast-paced kind of person. He answered. I nodded and turned to Kent. Kent, I need you to gather all the best fighters from the Silver Moon pack and make sure they are fully armed. Gather as many men as you can to follow us, but leave half of them to protect the pack. Yes, Leah. He saluted before making his way towards the warriors of the pack. I turned to Trey. Trey, please inform the pack doctors to be ready for our arrival. We won't know the upcoming battle, and we need to be prepared at all times. He nodded before leaving. I let out a soft sigh as I felt warm arms enveloping me in a tight embrace. I will come with you. I turned around and cupped his face. "I can't let you get hurt, Lucas," I begged. Lucas held the hand that was on his cheek and leaned in closer to it. "I won't. I have the best fighting teacher, remember?" He winked at me. I chuckled at him. Even in a dire moment like this, he can make me laugh. "I promise that after this is all over, I'm taking you out on your real first date," he promised. I looked up at him and smiled. "I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Knight," I teased. Lucas chuckled, and I could feel his chest vibrate from it. "I'll be counting the moments until then, Mrs. Knight." My heart swells when he calls me Mrs. Knight. I felt so content and happy that I forgot about the real world for a few minutes as he held me in his arms. Trey walked out of the pack house, and I could see the pack doctor standing outside with his medical kit, with other pack members joining him. Kent came back with about 15 men, all with determination in their eyes. They were not happy to hear that their alpha had been kidnapped. I know how they feel. I want to rip out Victorica's throat for kidnapping Jace. "Leah, everything is set." Finn came up from my left as Lucas reluctantly released me. "Good, we're leaving in 10 minutes, gear up," I ordered the rest who were following us. Lucas left and went towards the gym, where I found out that they put away all their weapons. I headed towards my room and opened my suitcase. I clicked the small red button that was hidden inside the bag, and a secret compartment opened up, revealing all of my guns and throwing knives. I changed into my black, one-piece leather suit, which was specially made for missions, and stuffed my throwing knives in several places. I placed one in each of my boots as I placed another in my belt. I tied my katana to my belt and strapped my guns on my back. I tied my hair up in a high ponytail and gazed at my reflection in the mirror. This is the first time Lucas has ever seen me wearing my uniform. I wonder if he likes it. "Snap out of it, Leah," I mentally slapped myself. "Your best friend and Alpha are in danger, and you're wondering if Lucas thinks you're hot. Wow, I have changed so much since I arrived here." I shook my head and grabbed Katie's crossbow. I clutched onto it like a lifeline. It was the only thing that brought me comfort in Lucas' absence. As I jogged down the stairs, I could hear the others getting in formation outside. The other pack members were waiting for further orders. Since both Ryan and Jace were kidnapped, the beta is in charge, which means Lucas and I are in charge. I walked towards my team and the small group as Lucas encouraged his pack members. Finn's black hair fell over his eyes as he clutched his dagger. Kent was strapping his swords and tightening his gloves as Trey stood there calmly. I stood in front of the small group and cleared my throat. All of them turned to me, including the other Silver Moon Pack members. Today, we have witnessed the kidnapping of our alphas from both the Silver Moon Pack and the Shadow Valley Pack. Growls erupted from the crowd as their eyes turned black. It was a massive crime to kidnap an alpha. But in a matter of minutes, we will move forward and bring them home. I ask you all, my brothers, my sisters, to lend us your strength. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, and I could see admiration shining in their eyes as well as Lucas's. Group 1 will follow my teammates and me to the enemy camp as Group 2 surrounds the area and waits for further orders. I gazed into the eyes of those following us into battle. I turned to the warriors staying behind to protect the rest of the pack. Everyone else will remain here and make sure that the rogues or hunters do not take over the pack house under any circumstances. If you are badly outnumbered or overpowered, do not hesitate to inform Lucas. They all nodded their heads, and I turned towards the forest where I know Victorica is hiding. "Lucas," I called. Lucas made his way beside me and gently took my hand in his. "Whatever happens, I want you to know that I love you," I said truthfully, my eyes gleaming with love. My love for Lucas. Lucas gave me a gentle squeeze as he leaned down to whisper in my ears, "As I love you, my precious Leah." He kissed my cheeks, and I could feel myself blushing slightly. I cleared my throat and nodded to the others in a silent order to move out. We all ran silently through the forest, careful not to make any sudden noise. The forest was eerily quiet. There were no sounds of small animals roaming the forest grounds, nor were there sounds of birds chirping a happy tune. It was like nature knew there was going to be a battle today, and I didn't blame them. I could feel the tension and aura surrounding my group. I opened my mind link and used my gift to send out calming waves towards them. I could see them visibly relaxing, but still on high alert. I admire them for that. Lucas stayed on my right, the whole time, as Trey stayed on my left. Finn was jumping from tree to tree, making sure there was no ambush waiting for us. Kent remained in the middle of the group. As we walked further, I could hear distant chatter as the smell of smoke made its way to my nostrils. The foul smell of rogues hit me like a ton of bricks. I gave the signal for my group to surround them as we crept silently behind bushes, trying to stay hidden. I could make out about 5 hunters and 6 rogues around the whole area. I could sense about 4 unknown wolves, but I was confused. One of the 6 rogues had power. Whoever this person is, they might be the secret weapon the hunters were so anxious about. I waved my fingers and made eye contact with Trey as he passed on the command to Kent. I cupped my hands around my mouth and made a soft bird sound to signal Finn. Once I heard his reply, I counted silently in my head. 1 or 2, 3. Charge. I yelled the command in my mind link as Lucas did the same for his pack. We all got out of our hiding places and took down the hunters first. They were so surprised they didn't even see it coming. I took down a hunter in less than 3 seconds by plunging my katana into his heart. The rogues quickly shifted and lunged for anyone they could reach. I held my breath as I saw the others fighting the rogues. I could see them winning the battle, so I snuck my way through the rogues, towards the basement where I know they are keeping the hostages in. I sense them before they appear in front of me, and I quickly dispose of the rogue. I pushed his limp body to the side and continued running down the stairs. I could still hear the battle outside as more and more rogues appeared from the woods. I opened my mind link again. Lucas, call group 2. Got it. I could see glimpses of what he sees as he dodges an attack from a hunter. He swiftly snapped his neck as Group 2 came out of the forest and took out the other rogues. So far, it's been an even battle, but we haven't lost any members yet. I'm glad. I ran faster when I caught Jace's scent. As I turned a corner, I could see them. Jace was lying on a table as his hands and legs were chained down. Ryan was unconscious in a cell, and Katie was going in and out of consciousness. I tried to dash to Jace since he was the only one conscious, but before I could reach him, I got pulled back as my head made contact with the concrete wall. Well. Look what we have here. Leah, it's so nice to see you again. I glance up to see Victorica standing in front of me with a smirk on her face. Oh, how much I want to wipe that smirk off her face and dance around her burning corpse. Can't say the same for you, Victorica. I snarled with as much hatred as I could muster in every word. Victorica seemed unfazed by my harsh tone and continued speaking. My, you have gotten ruder than the last time I saw you. She shook her finger in front of my face and made a TSK sound at me. I suppose I have to teach you some manners after all of this is over. She sighed. I glared at her. And what makes you think you will win? I growled. She grinned evilly at me, and I knew something was up. I could feel a strong source of power radiating from one of the cell rooms, but she was blocking my view. Because, my dear, I know your weakness. She chuckled hysterically as I looked at her with disgust. She's become insane since the last time I saw her. And what is my weakness? I teased her, using my poker face so she wouldn't see how much her words set me on edge. Oh, I know all about your dark past, Leah. Or shall I say, Cordelia? She paced back and forth in front of me calmly, like she didn't even care that there was a raging war outside. Tell me, how are your lovely parents? She asked, and she gave me a sadistic smile. I lunged at her and gripped her neck. Do not speak of them, wrench. I growled, and I could feel my eyes turning icy blue. It only happens when I'm truly mad. I could feel the power inside me shaking with the need to kill the witch before me. I will speak of them as I please. Now, my dear, will you let me down? My grip tightens around her neck. And why should I do that? I hissed. Because if you want to know what happened to your parents, you'd let me go. I hesitated but then thought better of it. I gazed into her eyes as I could feel my eyes dilate. You will tell me what you know of my family. I could feel her inner struggle to disobey, but it was pointless. No one could withstand my power except for my mate and twin, Connor. I was the one who ordered the rogues to kill your parents. She choked. I could feel my anger flaring brighter and stronger as I twisted her neck in one movement. I let her lifeless body slump down on the cold, white tile floor as I made my way towards Jace. Leah! I shushed him and broke off his chains. Let's get you out of here, Jace. I helped him up to a sitting position before going over to Katie and Ryan. I grabbed Ryan and slung him over my shoulder as Jace did the same with Katie. Usually, I would let Jace carry guys, but he is in a weak condition so that I won't bother him. We walked carefully up the stairs and out the front door, as I could see hunters and rogues lying unmoving on the ground. I felt a slight sense of remorse for them, but shook it off and handed Ryan over to Lucas. Jace handed Katie over to Finn, who held on to her like his life depended on it. Kent allowed Jace to lean against him as we gathered around. Is everyone alive? I asked. Lucas looked around and nodded to me. I let out a sigh of relief that no one died except for the enemy. We turned and started making our way towards the pack house, but then I felt a familiar presence behind me. As I turned, I gasped at the person staring at me, but then he vanished. I recognized that face. Those icy blue eyes and that soft chocolate hair. I recognized the calming presence he always gives me and his comforting scent. But there was something different about him. Something dark and sinister. I shivered when I remembered how cold his eyes were. Lucas placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a reassuring smile. Let's go. I nodded numbly as I followed him through the forest. We walked in silently as we got closer and closer to the pack house. I wanted to tell Lucas what I saw, I wanted to share it with him, but I had a gut-wrenching feeling that something would happen. As we arrived back at the pack house, everyone was happy to see their alpha still alive. They quickly took Ryan, Jace, and Katie to the infirmary so that the pack doctor could check on them. Ryan regained consciousness about half an hour later, as most of his bruises had healed. Katie woke up a few minutes after, and we both hugged each other, afraid to let the other one go. After sharing tearful moments with my best friend, I left her and joined Lucas in the living room so that the rest of my teammates could see her. I know how much Finn wanted to make sure she was okay. Jace was in his room, writing a report about what happened so that he could send it to the council. I was sitting on the soft couch in the living room with Lucas, who had his arms around me. We sat there in silence, embracing each other's warmth, when I heard Jace walking down the stairs and heading towards us. Jace, you okay? I asked him. I could sense he felt the need to tell me something, so I told Lucas that Jace and I were going for a walk. We walked together in silence until we reached a small lake not too far from the pack house, but far enough for a bit of privacy. What happened in there, Jace? I asked as he sighed loudly. He must be exhausted. I could see dark bags under his eyes as he gave me a small smile. He tilted his head towards the sky as if the answers were written in the clouds. He turned to me and took a deep breath. Victorica didn't tell us why she took us. The only thing she mentioned is that she's doing what she was told to do. I gave him a puzzled look. So there's another person? Are you trying to tell me that Victorica was just a pawn to whoever is really playing this dangerous game? I asked him wearily. He nodded grimly. I knew he had something else to say, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear it. What is it you want to tell me, Jace? I asked him hesitantly. He sighed and gave me a broken look before continuing. She was crazy, Leah. It was like she wasn't herself. She was possessed or controlled by something. That wasn't the same girl I met those months ago. I nodded my head and pulled him to me for a hug. Let it all out, Jace. I'm here for you. We all are. I soothed as I stroked his back comfortingly. He sobbed silently into my shoulder before releasing me and taking a deep breath. Leah, he held my face in his hands, all traces of sadness gone from his face, only to be replaced by a serious expression. Listen to me carefully. I don't know who's playing this game, but it is a dangerous game. The person behind all of this is crafty and knows what they're doing. I sensed a strong urge of power radiating there when I was kidnapped, but I could never pinpoint who it was. Whoever it is, They have the same abilities as you. I stared at him wide-eyed. Are you trying to tell me that the person behind all of this is? I trailed off. No, it couldn't be. It's impossible. I know he's alive, but is it possible that he's gone too far, that he has no idea what he's doing? I'm not pointing fingers, Leah, but what I'm trying to say is that this is a possibility. I need to know that you will be able to handle things when it comes down to that certain situation. I know what he was talking about. I nodded and gave him a reassuring smile. He gave me one last hug before disappearing behind the trees towards the pack house. I sighed and sat down beside a tree. I combed my fingers through my hair and gripped it in frustration. Why is it that one problem is solved, and another one shows up? I groaned and dusted my uniform, slowly trudging towards the pack house. When I got there, I could see a worried Lucas, but when he saw me, his expression softened before a cheeky grin made its way to his lips. I found myself smiling back despite the news I heard. Hello there, love. My wolf purred when he called me love. Hello there, mate. He growled in approval before sweeping me off my feet and carrying me to his room bridal style. What are you doing? I squealed as he kicked his door open and slammed it closed with his leg. I'm making sure my little mate gets her beauty sleep. He grins at me as I peck him on the lips. Though I doubt you need any more beauty sleep. He mumbled, and I chuckled. Get some rest, I'm taking you out tomorrow. He said as he took off his shirt and pants, leaving himself in only his boxers. I tilted my head to the side and changed my clothes, putting on one of his shirts. Lucas turned and looked away as I changed, and I giggled at how he was acting like such a gentleman. And where are we going, Mr. Knight? I asked. Lucas pulled me and gently laid me down on the bed as he lay down beside me. We're going on our first date, he replied, tapping my nose. I smiled at him and kissed him on the lips sweetly. We broke apart after a few seconds, breathing heavily. I gave him a teasing smile before turning and pretending to fall asleep. That wasn't very nice, love. He growled. I giggled and stuck my tongue out at him before snuggling under the covers. Lucas turned off the lights and pulled me to his chest as he breathed down my neck, sending shivers of pleasure through me. Good night, my love. He breathed as I hummed, good night, Luke. I felt his chest vibrate as he chuckled. Luke? He asked, amused. I shrugged and snuggled closer to his warm chest, inviting the calming sensation. It's my new nickname for you, or do you prefer Lukey? I teased. Luke growled and held onto me tighter. I prefer Luke. I nodded, and my eyes closed. I welcome the darkness as I fall into a deep sleep, but before I do, I hear Luke speak softly, I love you, Leah. Then I was out. Chapter 12. I was sitting on a white plastic chair with Katie lying on the infirmary bed beside me. So, when is this big first date, Leah? Katie asked. She looked so frail, and her voice was raspy, but she looked slightly better now. Her pale skin was getting its color back, and the bags under her eyes were disappearing. I'm a little bit nervous, I said. She gave me a pointed look, and I sighed, okay, I'm a lot nervous. Katie chuckled and patted my knee. It's okay to be nervous. Just remember, if anything happens I'll kick Lucas' butt for you. She threatened. I know she meant it, but at the same time, she didn't really mean it. Does that make sense? I wonder what Lucas will do. He left early this morning. So, where is Lucas? Katie asked. I shrugged my shoulders and stared out the window. He left early this morning. They mentioned needing to help Ryan with some pack members. I'm not sure. Katie nodded but smirked. I stared at her and raised an eyebrow. What? She said. I shook my head and shrugged. Nothing. Maybe it's just my imagination. I mean, Katie has been in the infirmary, so she couldn't possibly be planning anything, right? After talking for a few more minutes, I left the room as Finn walked in. As I made my way back to my room, or should I say, Lucas' room, I thought about what Lucas wanted to do. He was never the romantic type. He wasn't a player either, because he mostly flirted with girls, but he didn't do one-night stands. I opened the bedroom door and walked in without looking around. Lucas has changed significantly since I left. Before, He was cold and almost lifeless. Yeah, he flirted, but it was harmless flirting. I bet the furthest he's ever gone is with Ashley. Just the thought of it sends a shiver down my spine. What did Lucas see in her anyway? With those fake extensions, fake nails, whiny voices, and slutty clothes. I might sound a bit mean right now, but that is true. Ashley has always been mean and harsh. I hope she meets her mate soon. I sat down on the bed, trying to figure out what I should wear, when all of a sudden, I felt like I was being suspended in midair. I screamed, "Eh!" I heard a deep chuckle, and from the shivers of pleasure I got just now, I knew it was Lucas. "Luke, put me down right now." He laughed and spun me around. "Nope, like I told you before, I'm taking you out on a date, and I mean it." He placed me over his shoulders, and I had a clear view of his firm butt. Yum. Oh, wait, snap out of it, Leah. I mentally slapped myself but couldn't stop ogling on my mate's butt. I groaned. I'm turning into one of those hormonal-crazed teenage girls. "What is it?" Lucas asked. "Nothing," I replied casually. I did not want Lucas to find out I was fantasizing about his butt. That would be so awkward for me. "Where are we going?" I whined. We just left the pack house, and Lucas is still carrying me on his shoulder. It started to hurt my stomach because Lucas is powerful. "You'll see soon enough." I could hear the smirk in his voice. Oh, how I want to push him into a lake right now. "Luke, I can walk, you know." I hit his back multiple times. Lucas chuckled. "I know, but this is so much more fun." Even though I couldn't see his face, I knew he had a huge grin plastered on it. "Luke, seriously, my stomach is flat enough as it is, so don't flatten it even more." I groaned. Before I could blink, I felt the air shift around me, and I found myself cuddled closely to Lucas' chest. "Wow, he's good. Better," Lucas teased. I could feel my cheeks blush crimson red, and I buried my face in his warm chest. "Shut up." His chest vibrated as he laughed. We walked, or rather, Lucas walked while he carried me, in silence until he broke it with a question. "How have you been, Leah?" I was confused by his question. What does he mean by that? I mean, he saw me every day for the past week I've been here. Huh. I mean, ever since you got. I gulped and wrapped my arms around his neck. "Exiled?" I finished his sentence. Lucas nodded but kept a blank expression on his face. I could see it in his eyes that it pains him to remember that day. Well, I guess I'm fine. I didn't run into other rogues, and the first pack I ran into was the Shadow Valley pack. Lucas nodded, looked down on me with love-filled eyes. "I'm so sorry for not standing up for you back then, Leah." I could see the sincerity in his eyes, but a question kept buzzing in my head. "Why didn't you stop him, Luke?" Lucas paused for a moment but then kept on walking. I was about to ask again, but then I saw the seriousness in his face, so I remained quiet. We walked further into the woods until we reached a clearing with a wooden log in the middle. He sat down on the ground, his back against the log, as he placed me between his legs, facing the small lake. "It's a long story, Leah," he said. I waited, silently asking him to continue. He sighed as his thumb brushed against my knuckles. "Seeing you get exiled was the most painful thing I've ever witnessed. I felt like my heart had shattered into a billion pieces, and my soul was ripped apart. I wanted to stop it, but I was too shocked to take any action. When I got control over my body again, you were already gone." He snaked his arms around my waist as I leaned into his warm embrace. "What about the day you found out I was your mate?" I asked hesitantly. I didn't want to hear the reason why he rejected me, but I wanted to know. What changed his mind? Why did he reject me anyway? Lucas sighed and buried his face in my hair. "I was with Ashley at the time. I was young, an idiot. I thought that Ashley was better than you and that if I mated with her, people might like me more. I thought I loved her more than I loved you. I know now that Ashley is nothing but a traitor. When you were exiled, I finally felt the pain of my rejection of you. I keep having nightmares, seeing your face filled with hurt when you were exiled. Ashley changed when you left. She got meaner and colder towards other people. I finally saw the monster inside her. Why didn't you break up with her when I left?" I asked. Lucas sighed and pulled me closer, if that's even possible. I wanted to, but she threatened me. I pulled away and looked into his eyes. He was looking anywhere but at me. I cupped his face in my hands so that he could look into my eyes. What did she threaten you with, Lucas? I asked sternly. If that slut threatened my mate, I would have a bone to pick with her when we got back. She said that she would track you down and hurt you if I broke up with her. I was afraid. You were already alone and in danger as it is, and I didn't want to add Ashley into that equation, so I didn't break up with her. I nodded my head numbly. I never thought Ashley would go so low as to hunt me down. What made you break up with her in the end? I know I was pushing my limits right now, but I had to know. Why did he change his mind? When I saw you, I knew you were my mate, but I wasn't sure. I just thought karma was playing tricks on me and trying to punish me further, so I got distant from Ashley. But then, when I touched you, I knew you were back. I didn't care about Ashley then. I knew that as long as I had you, I would protect you with my life. I didn't care what she threatened to do to me. I only wanted you. He cupped my cheek in his hand and pecked my lips. His lips were so soft and so warm. It felt like heaven, it felt like home. I felt so safe in his arms that I never wanted to let go. I love you, Luke, I said. I think he stiffened behind me. I just told him I love him, and it's a huge step, but I'm willing to take it because he's worth it. As I love you, Leah. At that moment, nothing else mattered. It was just me and Lucas. I didn't care about Ashley. I'm no longer that weak little girl I used to be. I could protect myself, and Lucas wouldn't have to worry about me. We both just sat there in comfortable silence. Then Lucas stood up and stretched out a hand for me to take. He pulled me up and held me longer than necessary. Let's go. I nodded, and we both walked away from the clearing hand in hand. When we got back to the pack house, we went straight to his room. Go change into something warm and casual. I nodded and kissed him before making my way to his closet, grabbing my clothes. Lucas had brought my clothes up to his room this morning when I visited Katie. I looked in the floor-length mirror and admired my outfit. I was wearing black skinny jeans, a plush violet shirt, and a black sweater. I pulled on my black knee-length boots and wrapped a light purple scarf around my neck. My hair fell in waves behind my back, and I only applied lip gloss. I was never the kind of girl who wore makeup. After making sure I was warm enough, I walked out of the bathroom to see Lucas sitting on the bed wearing a dark pair of jeans and a navy blue button-down shirt. His blonde hair was messy, but I liked it. His top 2 buttons were undone, and I could see his defined abs. Oh wow, this is going to be a long night. Lucas saw me, and I heard him take a sharp breath. I could see lust blazing in his eyes, but he shook it and replaced it with love. I felt my heart melt and flutter at him. He's just so sweet it's not funny. You look beautiful as always, Leah. I blushed at his comment. I love it when you blush. That made me blush even more. I turned and grabbed his hand in mine. Let's go, lover boy. I winked at him. He chuckled but gripped my hand as he pulled me out of the pack house and into his car. So, where are we going? I asked when we both got buckled up, and Lucas was driving further away from the pack house. It's a surprise. He looked at me from the corner of his eye, and I huffed. I don't like surprises. I saw his lips twitch, but he didn't say anything else. I give up trying to get him to talk because he's as stubborn as a mule sometimes. I decided to look out the window, and I got confused when there was nothing but trees. Finally, after what felt like forever, we stopped. I got even more confused. There was nothing here, just more trees. There wasn't even a house or cabin in sight. Is this the part where you kill the innocent girl and hide her body in the woods? I said sarcastically. Nope, this is the part where the bad guy comes knocking me out and kidnaps you, Lucas replied. I rolled my eyes at his childishness. Come on. He held my hand, and I squeezed it as he led me through the woods. I could hear small animals running around the forest ground, but I paid no attention to them. My heart was beating a mile a minute. I was nervous because, technically, this is not only my first date with Lucas but my first date ever. I should have asked Katie for dating tips. Oh wow, what if I do something wrong? Snap out of it, Leah. You can take down rogues without breaking a sweat, but are you nervous about a silly date? When did I get so weak? Lucas suddenly stops, and my face makes contact with his back. I groaned in pain, but Lucas chuckled at me. He freaking chuckled. What? I snapped at him. Lucas laughed harder but pecked my cheeks. Nothing, we're here. He must have seen the confusion in my eyes because he pulled me further and then stepped aside. Okay, this is the most beautiful scene I've ever seen. We were in a meadow with flowers blooming everywhere. The sky was a clear blue, and there were butterflies all around. The trees surrounding the meadow created a more private atmosphere. In the middle of the meadow, I saw a picnic blanket with food scattered all around. I turned around and jumped into Lucas' arms. It's beautiful. I breathed. Lucas held me tighter and kissed the top of my head. Anything for you. Once he put me down, we both walked together towards the picnic and started eating. The birds flew in flocks above our heads, and I even saw a bunny jumping in and out of the trees. Leah, I looked up at Lucas and said, yeah? Lucas fidgeted with his pockets, and I tilted my head to the side. What is it, Lucas? I was wondering. He pulled out a beautiful white gold charm bracelet and gently grabbed my hand. Will you be my girlfriend? I was shocked. I froze. My mouth opened but nothing came out. I could see the disappointment in Lucas' eyes, and before he could say anything I lunged at him and kissed him with everything I had. Yes, Lucas. I'd love to be your girlfriend. I giggled. Lucas had relief in his eyes as he clasped the bracelet around my wrist. Suddenly, I heard rustling in the trees. I went on high alert as Lucas looked confused. I sniffed the air, and my blood ran cold. Hunters, I said. Lucas sprang into action and pulled me behind him. I would have fought more with him, but there was no time. As soon as he placed me behind him, a hunter came out of the woods and shot him. Everything else happened in slow motion from then. Lucas got shot and passed out. I could see blood seeping out from his shoulders. The hunter shot him twice, and from the smell, I knew he hit him with silver. Silver weakens a wolf but doesn't kill them unless they make contact with the heart. And since it shot him in the shoulders, he just passed out from the pain and blood loss. I quickly took out my gun that I kept safe in my boot and shot the hunter straight through the heart. He fell instantly. Suddenly, I heard a howl, and rogues lunged out from the trees. I don't know how many I've shot, but they kept coming. More and more came out, and I got tired. I threw my gun away when I was out of bullets and pulled out my dagger. A rogue lunged at me, and I managed to dodge it at the last second. I brought my dagger up and stabbed him in the heart. He shifted back into human, and I snapped his neck. More rogues came out, and one of them managed to bite my shoulder. I screamed in pain, but he didn't let go. From the corner of my eye, I could see the rogues dragging Lucas away. I struggled against the rogue that pinned me to the floor, but I felt dizzy. I was losing too much blood, and my energy was decreasing. Before I blacked out completely, I saw those pair of eyes. Those chilling blue orbs that were so familiar at the same time, so evil, ran shivers up and down my spine. The rogue that pinned me to the ground finally released me, but I was too out of it to move my body. My body won't move as I wanted it to. I tried to run towards Lucas, to pull him away from the rogues, and I tried to kill the rogues that dared touch him. But I couldn't do anything. I was paralyzed. I was frozen. I was useless. I blacked out completely, and the last thing I saw was my long-lost twin, Connor. Chapter 13 Pain. That was the first thing that my brain registered. Fear. I was scared because I had no idea what had happened to me and Lucas. Sorrow. I couldn't feel Lucas' presence around me. Where is he? Anger. I wanted to kill the person in charge of hurting Lucas. I could hear a constant beeping sound. Where am I? I tried moving my head to try and block out the sound, but pain shot through every fiber of my body, making it almost impossible to move. The majority of the pain was coming from my left shoulder. What happened to it? I tried moving my fingers, but even that was a challenging task. I could feel something sticking out of my wrist. It felt cold and sharp. Is that a needle? Okay, now I'm freaking out. What the hell happened? Where's Lucas? The constant beeping noise became louder, and it beeped faster. I could hear distant voices trying to calm me down, but it was muffled. I couldn't make out a single coherent word. I felt like I was surrounded by pain and numbness. I tried to open my eyes, but they were so heavy. I suddenly feel tired. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. Beep, beep, beep. What is that sound? I tried to block out the sound, but it kept beeping. It sounded like a heart monitor like the ones used in the pack infirmary. Wait, heart monitor? What the fudge? Am I in the infirmary? What happened? Then, it all came back to me. The walk with Lucas, he told me he loved me and regretted choosing Ashley over me. Our first date at the meadow was when he asked me to be his girlfriend. Then, a hunter came out and shot him. Rogues suddenly came out and attacked me as they took Lucas away. Seeing Connor. Oh God, I hope Lucas is all right. Please let him be okay. I just got him back. I can't lose him. Beep. 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 Lucas, where are you? Why am I here? I should find Lucas now. Beep. 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 The heart monitor sped up, and I heard the door slam open. I heard a familiar voice trying to calm me down, but I couldn't. Lucas was kidnapped, and my twin was the one who kidnapped him. I never thought Connor could do such a thing. He always protected me. Leah, please, you have to calm down. Leah, open your eyes. Leah, everything is going to be all right. Please calm down. I could make out the voice clearer now. It was Trey. TTTR Trey. My throat was so dry, and my voice sounded like it belonged to an 8-year-old man. Leah, wake up, open your eyes, please. Trey pleaded. I tried opening my eyes, but it was too hard. My eyes felt like they weighed a ton. After trying for a few more minutes, I managed to open my eyes and was suddenly blinded by a white light. I closed my eyes shut. T2, Beebury bright. I managed to say. I heard a shuffling sound and a click. I opened my eyes slowly, adjusting to the lighting, and I saw Trey's face looking down at me with worry etched on his tired face. How long have I been out? Where did they find me? Did they find Lucas? Did they know Connor was behind this? What happened? I asked. Trey let out a sigh and ran a hand down his tired face. His hair seemed lifeless, and he had bags under his eyes like he didn't get enough sleep. His clothes looked wrinkled, and from his stiff posture, I knew he had been sleeping in the uncomfortable white chair he was sitting on. You and Lucas got ambushed when you were out on your date. They took Lucas, and you were unconscious when we found you. I felt a sudden pain jolt through my shoulder, and I knew something had happened to you. We traced back your and Lucas' scent and found you in the meadow, almost bleeding to death. We managed to get you back to the pack doctor in time, but you were out of it for a few days. I lay there, staring at my best friend with wide eyes. I was asleep for days. How long? I asked hesitantly. Trey shifted in his seat and looked anywhere but at me. I cleared my throat and asked again, how long? My voice didn't break this time, and Trey let out a long sigh. 5 days. I froze. 5 days. I was out for 5 days. Who knows what could have happened in those 5 days I was out? I pray to God that Lucas is all right. I was never a religious person, but I will do anything I can. Have you found Lucas? I asked, fearing the answer. I knew he was going to say no because if they did find Lucas, he should have been here. He wouldn't leave my side. I'm sorry, Leah. Those 3 words. Those simple 3 words broke my heart and ripped my soul into 2. Lucas was kidnapped, and they haven't found him. I grabbed the needle in my wrist and ripped it out of my veins. Blood dripped down my arms and onto the white tiled floor, but I didn't care. I got up on shaky legs and went straight to Ryan's office. Trey was behind me, yelling at me to come back and to rest. How could he think I would sleep at a time like this? My mate is missing, and my crazy twin kidnapped him. He was shot in the shoulders for crying out loud. When I finally reached the office, I didn't bother knocking. They would have heard my footsteps and Trey's constant yelling anyway. I slammed the door open and saw Ryan, Jace, Kent, Finn, and Katie surrounding a table with a vast map laid out on top of it. They all turned when they heard the door slam open. They weren't surprised to see me there. Ryan looked slightly astonished that I could hit the door so loudly, even in my weakened state. Katie looked proud, and Kent grinned like an idiot. Finn looked relieved that I was awake, and Jace looked like he was expecting me to barge in and go all tracker mode. Yeah, that happened before. A pack member from the Shadow Valley pack got kidnapped once, and I went into protective high alpha mode at the time. Jace didn't bother to get in my way because I was working too fast, and in the end, we managed to save the pack member in less than a day. He was proud of me at that time, but now, I couldn't care less. Leah, what are you doing here? You should be resting. You lost a lot of blood. Ryan tried to persuade me, but I didn't budge. I walked towards them and slammed my fist on the table. I've been out for 5 days, and you still haven't found Lucas. In those 5 days, anything could have happened. They could be torturing him right now or beating him senseless. Hunters and rogues kidnapped him, and you expect me just to rest while he's out there, and you can't even find him? I gazed into all the eyes that were looking at me. They all had one expression in common: admiration. I didn't care. I quickly grabbed a marker and circled 3 areas with it. People reported that spot hunters and rogues are around these 3 areas the most. We need to split up and head on to those areas at the same time so that they can't escape in case we find them. They all nodded and Finn spoke up. We already investigated the east and south side of the area. That only leaves the north side. It's our best bet that that's where they're keeping Lucas. I nodded at him and turned to Ryan. Can you gather all of your best warriors and have them get ready for a raid? Take as many as you can, but leave at least 10 men behind to guard the pack house. Ryan nodded and sent a mind link to his enforcer. I turned to Katie with my eyes void of any emotion. Katie, I need you to pack silver-coated arrows for this mission. Not only are we fighting hunters, but we're also fighting against rogues. She nodded. Yes, Beta Leah. My pack members always call me Beta Leah whenever I'm serious. Finn, I need you to scout the area, search for any loopholes you might find and try to plant smoke bombs and grenades there. That will catch the enemies off guard in case some of them might try to escape. Keep the others posted if you see movement. I turned to Kent and Trey. I need you two to go all out. I'm not exactly sure who we're up against, but if my theory is correct, then we might be in more trouble than we could ever imagine. They nodded grimly. I turned to Jace, and he looked at me sadly. Jace, please make sure that my brothers stay here no matter what. I do not want them anywhere near this rescue mission. It is of the utmost importance they stay here, even if you have to chain them down. I turned back to my teammates and Ryan. We leave in 2 hours. They all nodded and walked out of the office. Ryan headed outside towards his warriors while Katie went to our bedroom in search of her silver arrows. Finn had his face stuck in front of his laptop, trying to find loopholes around the enemy camp. Kent and Trey were sharpening their swords and reloading their guns with silver bullets. Jace disappeared, but I didn't worry about him. I quickly made my way upstairs to get dressed when I saw a note neatly placed on Lucas' bed. I picked it up, and my blood ran cold. Dear Leah, I heard you changed your name and that you prefer to be called that. I wonder why you hate your name so much. Anyway, I'm giving you a fair warning. We will be expecting you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Your mate is still alive, so don't worry. However, I'm not sure how long he'll hold up. He's a stubborn man. Now I know why you like him so much. You've always been stubborn ever since we were kids. I'll be waiting for you, dearest sister. See, I knew it was from Connor. How did he get this stupid note here? How? I crumpled the note and threw it into a trash bin. I quickly changed out of my thin hospital gown and pulled on my black one-piece suit. The leather hugged my curves like a second skin, and I felt nostalgic. It's been a while since I last went on rescue missions, besides the rescue mission for Jace, Katie, and Ryan. I walked through Lucas's closet until I found my weapon stash. I pulled out my special katana and tied the sheath to my belt. This katana was specially made to cooperate with my gifts. It was created by a witch friend of mine whom I saved a while back on one of my first missions. She discovered I had powers, so she helped me develop them. I never told the others because I didn't want them to think differently of me or anything. I grabbed my favorite gun and loaded it with silver bullets. I took out my daggers and slid them into my boots. I strapped a gun onto my back as backup and stuffed silver bullets into one of the compartments that were on my belt. I tied my hair up in a tight bun and wore fingerless gloves. I'm going to show those bastards why I was known as one of the strongest fighters in the Shadow Valley pack. I sat down on Lucas's bed and concentrated on my powers. I have learned to hide them so that no one could sense my alpha genes. I found out from the witch I saved that I had alpha genes in me, and I knew Connor had them, too, since we're twins. If I plan on stopping him, I will have to be in full power. I took deep breaths as I called upon my alpha gene and gifts. I could feel tingling on my fingertips. I felt a sense of warmth and safety spreading through my bloodstream. I felt my powers growing. The energy was overwhelming. It's been months since I last called upon my powers, so they were fully charged and ready to use. I opened my eyes and even without looking at a mirror, I knew my eyes were glowing a bright, clear, crystal blue. That only happened when my powers were awakened. I got up from the bed and made my way downstairs. I could hear the others were already gathered and waiting for further commands. When I came to the last step, I felt a sudden pain jolt through my body. I could feel Lucas in pain through the bond, mate. I closed my eyes and imagined myself hugging him. Be strong, Lucas. We have to find a mate now. He needs us. Usually, I would argue with my wolf about her ignoring me, but she's right. We couldn't waste any more time. I quickly slid out the doors and walked towards the massive crowd where the others and my teammates stood. When they saw me, their eyes widened. I know what they saw my eyes. They know now. They know I'm part of the Blue Moon prophecy. I ignored their looks and walked towards Ryan and my team. Before we start this rescue mission, I need to explain to you all that what we're about to face is something beyond your powers. They nodded for me to continue. I faced the others that have gathered around us and cleared my throat, pack members from the Shadow Valley pack and Silver Moon pack. My name is Cordelia Gray. I could hear gasps coming from the Silver Moon pack. They didn't know I was Cordelia, who got exiled, but judging from Ryan's calm posture, I'm guessing Lucas already told him about me. 17 years ago, there was a war between the Locked Hearts and Black Rose's pack. This war was triggered when twins were born under the Blue Moon. There is a prophecy that states the twins will either bring peace and harmony or darkness and destruction upon the werewolf world. The war lasted for 5 years and ended when the twins ran away. The twins got separated. One of them was kidnapped by rogues, while the other one was taken in by another pack. My twin, Connor Gray, was kidnapped right before my own eyes. I never saw him again, until now. Another round of gasps and whispers erupted from the pack and I cleared my throat. I don't know what happened in the last 12 years of our separation, but I do know that he is too powerful for any of you to engage head-on, so if you happen to find Connor, leave him to me. I said with as much seriousness as I could muster. Everyone nodded, and I turned back to my rescue group. Let's move out. Finn keeps a lookout for any movements from the enemy camp. Trey and Kent, I want you two to be in the front and back of the group. Katie, you will travel by trees. Ryan, I need you to lead your man from the left side of the enemy camp. Jace, you will lead another group to the right side. I'll create a distraction head-on and find Connor. Everyone nodded, and we headed out. I'm coming, Lucas. Please stay strong for me. I'm not sure if it was my imagination, but I heard a soft reply. I could feel the adrenaline pulsing through my veins. No matter what, I will get my mate back, and I will solve this family affair once and for all. Even if it means I have to fight my own twin. Chapter 14. The forest grew silent as my boots made contact with the forest ground. The small creatures hid behind bushes or under large tree trunks. They sensed the power radiating from me. I know the others could feel my powers, and they were puzzled by them. There wasn't enough time to stop and talk to them, so I ignored it and pushed forward. I could feel my powers begging to be released, but I pulled them back. I needed to conserve my energy for Connor. I was the only one who could stand a chance against my twin. I just hope that he isn't behind all of this. I mean, I saw his eyes, I saw his face, and I read his note, but there's something else. It's like no matter how hard I try, I know he's the real Connor, but at the same time, he's not. It's like he's being possessed or controlled. But by what? We walked further through the trees. From the corner of my eye I could see Katie crawling and jumping over branches silently. Kent was at the front of the group while Trey stayed behind. This way, if we get ambushed, the men won't get too injured as long as those two are around. I sent a mind link to Finn. Finn, we're nearing enemy camp. Make sure to tell Ryan and Jace to wait for my signal. Copy that, Beta Leah. I kept my mind link open as I suggested the others do as well. This way, if we got ambushed, we would know right away. I concentrated on my mate bond with Lucas, trying to see if I could get anything from him indicating we were getting closer. I was getting worried. Other than the jolt of pain I felt earlier, Lucas had been quiet. Then I thought it, a soft nudge. Lucas was still alive, just barely hanging on. I could feel joy bubbling deep inside me. I quickly sent out all of my emotions and love to Luke, hoping he would stay awake. Lucas POV. I was chained to a metal chair. The chains burned my wrists and ankles. I'm guessing they're made out of silver. I couldn't remember much when I woke up. The last thing I recall was pushing Leah behind me as a hunter pulled out his gun. Then I remember her killing the hunter, but the rogues came out. I faintly remember her scream of pain as a rogue bit her shoulder. I wanted to kill that rogue, but I couldn't move. The silver bullets that pierced through my shoulders rendered me useless. I could only lie there, hearing the fight go out as Leah tried to protect me. She protected me. I was supposed to protect her, but I couldn't. Just as I finally asked her to be my girlfriend, I lost her. I promise that when I get out of here, nothing will keep me away from my mate, the love of my life, Leah. I just hope she's all right. The hunters came in a while ago just to inject wolfsbane into my system. It freaking hurts every time they do that, but I didn't scream. That will only give them sick pleasure. Sometimes, I wonder who the real monster is. They say werewolves are creatures from hell, and yet they find satisfaction in torturing us like the demons they are. That's just plain ironic. That's it, I've gone completely crazy if I'm here, chained to a metal chair and laughing at the irony of my kidnappers. Then I felt it, someone was trying to reach me. I took down the wall that I had built around my brain, and I was suddenly overcome with a feeling of peace and love. One word rang through my brain. Leah. She's awake, and she's close. I can't give up now. I have to stay strong for her. As soon as this is all over, we're going to spend a long time together, just the two of us. I heard a click and a loud thud as the metal doors creaked open, revealing a tall man. He looked like he was the same age as me. He had dark chocolate brown hair and icy blue eyes that seemed awfully familiar. His facial structure was also familiar. I know I've never met him before, but something about him just seems familiar. He's half of a puzzle piece, but I don't know which half. He looked at me, his face expressionless, void of all emotion. From his stiff posture and void eyes, I know something is definitely wrong with this guy. He didn't scream evil or anything. It's like he's a robot, a walking shell. He walked up to me and bent down so we were at eye level with each other. Well, lover boy, it seems your little mate is on her way to rescue you. A shiver ran up and down my spine. Even his voice was void of emotion. That's when something clicked. Leah was coming. She could get hurt. I struggled against the chains, but they dug deeper into my flesh, making me hiss in pain. No use in trying to escape. Don't worry, I'll keep your pretty little mate entertained. With that, he smirked and left me. I could feel anger boiling inside. My wolf wanted out. He wanted to show that guy to whom Leah belonged. I struggled against the chains again. I could hear a snap coming from the chains. I struggled some more and could feel the chains loosen their hold on me. I'm about to be free. Before I could free myself from the chain, the door slammed open again, revealing a tall, dark man. His eyes filled with menace, and his face held a permanent scowl. I could feel power radiate from the man before me. "Hello, Lucas." His voice sent shivers of disgust throughout my body. I wanted to get away from him as fast as I could, but I was still tied to this stupid metal chair. "Who are you?" I said with as much confidence as I could. I was glad when my voice didn't shake. "Your worst nightmare," he sneered. He walked over to a metal table and held up what looked like a small chip. "This here is a chip that I use to control anything I want. I'm sure you've heard of Victorica. If I remember correctly, Victorica was sent to captivity because she invented a mind-controlling chip. Too bad she was found guilty of it. Poor girl didn't even know what was going on." I looked at him, confused. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "What does he mean?" She had no idea what she was doing. "She designed the chip, didn't she?" "My dear boy, you are so clueless." He chuckled. Every word that came out of his mouth was filled with pure darkness, void of any kind of happiness. I felt bad for him, slightly. Victorica was just a puppet. I made this chip and made it look like she invented it. That way, she would go to jail while I gather rogues. I was still confused. What is this man trying to say? Let me introduce myself. My name is Damien Black. I am the alpha of the Black Rosses pack. That made my blood run cold. The Black Rosses pack was known to be in a bloody war with the Locked Hearts pack years ago. They were known as two of the deadliest packs to ever exist, mainly because they were both ruthless and menacing. Years ago, twins were born under the blue moon. It is foretold that the twins will bring peace and harmony to the werewolf race if they ever work together. So my pack and the Locked Hearts pack tried to gain the twins. They also held enormous power that you could even call them werewolf royalty. I stared at him with wide eyes. Leah was royalty? I never told Leah that I knew she had a twin. I could see it in her eyes when she first joined the pack. She looked half empty, as if a part of her was missing, but I never found out who her other twin was. Jake refused to tell me a single thing about his family. "Where does Victorica fit in?" I asked. I needed to stall until Leah got here. I have to tell her all I know. After I made the chip, I stumbled upon little Victorica. She was a well-respected she-wolf, so I installed the chip into her brain. I found out one of the twins was hiding in the Shadow Valley pack, so I used her to get closer to that twin. Poor girl didn't even know what she was getting herself into. She tried to fight it, but I warned her that if she struggled, bad things would happen. It is technically her fault Alpha Jason lost his family. If she had just been quiet, then I wouldn't have forced her to kill them. I was suddenly overcome with anger. This bastard was the reason Jace lost his mate and his son. I would be devastated if the same happened to Leah. I mentally punched myself. I shouldn't think like that. Anyways, I'm glad that little brat died. She was getting too annoying. I just needed someone to take the blame while I gather rogues and hunters undetected. That's when everything fell into place. All this time, Victoria didn't do any fatal damage to Ryan, Jace, and Katie. She didn't even put up a fight when Leah killed her. All this time, all of those rogue sightings, Damien was making an army. That's why rogues are working together with hunters. I bet he's controlling all of them. I have to find a switch or a trigger or something. I always wondered what happened to the war that ended 12 years ago. The two packs went into hiding shortly after the war when the twins went missing. I wonder what happened to the other twin. Leah, please be careful. This is bigger than we thought. This guy is after power, and he won't stop until he gets it. Damien suddenly got up, smirked at me, and left without a single word. I was left alone with my thoughts when I heard a loud howl and growls erupting upstairs. The battle has begun. I struggled against the chains one last time before they finally snapped. I got up on shaky legs and slowly slid out the basement door and up the concrete stairs. Luckily, the basement was empty because everyone was fighting outside. I have to find that switch. Something must trigger those mind-controlling chips, which means there must be a trigger to set it off. Leah POV. We finally reached the enemy camp. I could see about 20 enemies. I sent a mental link to Ryan and Jace so they could prepare. When Finn gave me the clear, my team charged. They were expecting us because as soon as we jumped out of the trees, they shifted while the hunters pulled out their guns. I quickly shot a rogue in the chest and hit another one, not missing my target. Another rogue managed to lunge at me, but then he fell limp on the ground. I looked up and nodded a silent thank you to Katie. I turned around just in time to miss a bullet. I ran towards the hunter and slit his throat with my dagger. I grabbed hold of my katana and slashed a rogue in his stomach. He convulsed on the ground before shifting back to human. I quickly gave the signal as Ryan and Jace jumped out of the trees. The enemies were getting restless. They were badly outnumbered. I weaved my way through dead bodies and fighting wolves towards the main house. I could smell Lucas's scent coming from somewhere down in the basement. Before I could walk further, I saw a pure black wolf lunging at me. He was too fast and managed to knock the katana out of my hands. I turned just in time to dodge another attack. I could see silver lines around his tail as his icy blue eyes stared at me. "Hello, Connor," I growled. Connor growled at me and lunged again. I quickly dodged and jumped on his back. He tried to buck me off, but I had a firm grip on his fur. He slammed his side against the wall, and I got smashed between him and the wall. He tried to claw me with his paw, but I quickly shifted and jumped over his head. He turned and growled at me, his fur rising as he lowered his head, getting ready to pounce. We circled each other, trying to find each other's weaknesses and strengths. We were evenly matched. He tried to bite my hind leg, but I sidestepped and pushed him off balance. We circled one another and lunged again. The fight continued evenly. He would bite me, and I would scratch him. I could feel my energy draining with each movement, and I could see that he was also getting tired. From the corner of my eye, I could see another dark figure coming out of the shadows. He smiled wickedly at me, and if I were in human form, I would be as pale as the moon. He's a descendant of Victor Black, the previous alpha of the Black Ross's pack. The pack that tried to kidnap Connor and me. Everything else clicked just then. Victorica's sudden personality changes. Why did she have a weird aura around her? The Black Ross's pack took Connor away 12 years ago. They were the ones who sent the rogues. It all made sense. The mind-controlling chip. He must have used that to brainwash the rogues, and he must have been behind Victorica's actions. No wonder she didn't put up much of a fight. I looked at Connor and saw his eyes void of emotion. He must have that chip installed in his brain. It all made sense. Before I could think further, Connor had me pinned down on the floor as his sharp canines snapped at me. I growled and tried to push him off, but he was too strong. Suddenly, Connor's eyes dilated, and he convulsed on the floor. I could hear howls and screams of pain coming from outside. I quickly got up and looked around in confusion. The dark figure was shaking with anger. He was staring at someone behind me, and I turned around to see Lucas standing there in all his glory with a small device in his hands. He quickly smashed the device and stomped on it with his foot. The dark figure suddenly lunged at Lucas, but Lucas had already shifted and anticipated his next move. Everything went in slow motion from there. Lucas managed to dodge the person's attack and got a firm hold on his throat. He bit down hard as the wolf struggled, but it was no use. Lucas had a firm hold on him. After a few moments, the body lay limp on the floor. Lucas shifted back to his human form, but I sat there, too stunned to move. I didn't know when I shifted back to human. My mind didn't register anything when Lucas pulled me in his embrace. I looked down and saw my twin lying there. His chest was moving, so I knew he was still alive. I could only hear gunshots outside, so I'm guessing only the hunters are fighting with my team. Most of the rogues fled when the device was destroyed. I'm guessing that whatever device that was, it controlled the chip. I emptied my mind about the war, the fights, the rogues, and the hunters. I was only thinking about one thing. I'm hugging my mate, and he's naked. Yeah, my brain is so perverted sometimes. I could feel my wolf purring in happiness to have her mate holding her. I heard a groan from beside me, and Lucas quickly placed himself between me and the person. I looked over his shoulder to see Connor waking up. What happened? His voice sent a wave of comfort through me, and I finally have my twin back. Connor, I said. Lucas turned to me, confusion in his eyes, and I gave him a look that meant, we'll talk about this later. Lucas nodded but still had his arm around my waist. Connor, it's me, Leah. He finally lifted his head and looked at me. So many emotions ran through his eyes, longing, joy, love, and freedom. He was finally free from the mind-controlling chip. Connor, I quickly ran into his arms, hugging him. He responded almost instantly. I could hear a low growl coming behind me, and I turned to look at Lucas. Luke, this is my long-lost twin, Connor. Connor, this is my mate, Lucas. I introduced them. Lucas relaxed completely when I told him Connor was my twin, and Connor suddenly had this protective glint in his eyes. Oh, not again. Nice to meet you, Lucas. If you do anything to harm my little sister, I will not hesitate to lock you up and kill you. He threatened. I glared at him and hit his chest. I'm only younger by 8 minutes. Connor shrugged. I'm still older than you. I growled playfully at him, and he chuckled. Lucas pulled me up as Connor got up from the floor. 3 of us walked out of the main house, and I could see blood and dead bodies lying everywhere. Trey suddenly came up to me and hugged me tightly. Trey, can't breathe. He let me go and gave me a sheepish smile. When he saw Connor, he had confusion in his eyes before it turned to understanding. We'll talk about this when we get back, Leah. He told me. I nodded as I grabbed hold of my mate's hand and my twin's hand. I never felt more complete in my life. I had my twin back, and my mate is safe beside me. Chapter 15. When we got back to the pack house, so many questions were fired at Lucas, Connor, and me. Everyone was asking who Connor was, and they kept inquiring about Lucas's well-being. I felt like I was going to collapse anytime soon. Fortunately, Ryan and Jace managed to get everyone under control, but we had to explain exactly what had happened to everyone. I didn't want to, but I know we had to. I was back in Lucas's room, which is now also my room. We were lying on the bed, not speaking, and just enjoying each other's company. Connor was talking to Jace and Ryan, trying to explain all that he could remember, which wasn't much. Suddenly, a knock came on the door, and Connor revealed himself. Jace wanted me to tell you that everyone's gathered. I nodded, thanks, Con. Connor grinned at me and closed the door. Let's go, Luke. Lucas reluctantly got up and got dressed. When we got downstairs, everyone was gathered around. I walked up on the stage with Lucas on my left and Connor on my right. The crowd grew silent as everyone paid attention to what we were about to say. I was the first to speak. As I have explained before, 17 years ago, a horrible war broke out between 2 of the strongest packs to claim the Blue Moon twins. What you don't know is that my twin, Connor, I gestured to Connor, and I were born under the blue moon. I could hear gasps erupt from the crowd, but I cleared my throat to get their attention. After 5 years, our family managed to escape both packs, but we were ambushed by a group of rogues. My parents sacrificed themselves to protect their children, my brothers and I, but the rogues managed to take Connor. My brothers Jake, Nick, and I managed to stumble upon this pack, the Silver Moon Pack, and were accepted. As I finished my part of the story, Connor came up to continue his side. When I was kidnapped, I was taken to the Alpha of the Black Ross's pack. When they heard my family had escaped, he held me in captivity. 4 years, he tried to locate my other twin, Leah. After 12 years of searching, he finally found her. He started gathering more rogues and hunters by using his son's invention. A mind-controlling chip. His son, Damien Black, finished his invention when he was 16. I was his first subject. All the time, I saw what he forced me to do, but I couldn't do anything to fight back. It was like I was watching someone else do the work from a third person's point of view. Connor stepped back as Lucas stepped forward. From what Damien told me when he found Leah, he used Victorica to get closer to her. In other words, Victorica had no control over her actions. She struggled and tried to break control, but Damien got angry and made her take out Alpha Jason's family. I saw Jace shake with anger and sadness. I wanted to comfort him, but now wasn't the best time. He used Victorica as a cover-up so that the council wouldn't find out about his invention. He framed her and gathered troops in silence when she was held captive. When Lucas was done, I stepped forward again. Damien Black is dead. The hunters have been taken care of, and the rogues now have their self-control back. The council has been informed of everything that has happened, and the Black Ross's pack has been taken care of. Without their alpha, they are in a state of havoc. For now, we are safe. I was about to turn, but Lucas stopped me. I gave him a confused look, but he turned towards the crowd. Damien mentioned something else that is extremely important. Everyone was quiet. I stood beside Connor as Lucas continued speaking. As you all know now, Connor and Leah are mighty wolves. So powerful that they are known as werewolf royalty. Whispers erupted from the crowd, but I stood there frozen. Royalty? Suddenly, Lucas turned to look at me and bowed his head, Your Majesties. The others soon followed his actions. I stood there, frozen. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I can't lead a whole werewolf race. I thought we were supposed to stop the Black Ross's pack. I didn't know we would become royalty. Connor grabbed my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. I looked over at him, and he smiled encouragingly at me. I smiled at him and turned back to the crowd. I looked at Lucas and pulled him up. He looked at me, confused, but I smiled warmly at him. My king, I said. Lucas' face suddenly lit up with so much happiness it was unbelievable. Everything else that happened after that was a blur. Everyone started clapping and shouting congratulations. Every time I walked past someone, they would apologize for all the mean things they've done to me, and I would forgive them. Katie wouldn't stop pestering me about keeping Connor a secret, but when she stared into Connor's eyes, I knew. She was his mate. They both broke out in huge smiles, and I left them to do whatever they wanted to do. Connor kept bugging Lucas, asking if he would love him or leave him, and so on. Heck, it's funny because Finn did the same thing to Connor. Since Finn considered Katie his sister, he took up the role of being her overprotective brother. I was on my way to my room when Nick suddenly appeared in front of me. I looked at him with a blank expression. Yes, Nick. I said, emotionless. He sighed and looked at me with regret in his eyes. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Leah. I truly am sorry. I know that an apology alone won't make you forgive me, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'm willing to start over with you. I made the mistake of listening to Jake and not sticking up for you. And I'm truly and sincerely sorry. I stared into his eyes, looking for anything that would hint that he was lying, but I found none. I sighed and gave him a proper answer. It will take time for me to forgive you, Nick. You are my little brother. You and Jake hurt me most because you are my family, but instead of sticking up for me, you knocked me down. If you truly are sorry and you want my forgiveness, you'll have to earn it. Not by words but by action. In the end, I might forgive you, but I could never forget. Nick nodded solemnly, but I saw hope flicker in his eyes. I smiled at him and did something that surprised us both. I hugged him. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I had my little brother back. I finally let him go, and he went downstairs to find Connor. As I walked into my room, I saw Jake standing by the window. I stood there, waiting for him to move, to speak. We stood there in silence until he finally said, "It's my fault." Okay, now I'm confused. How? I asked. He sighed and turned to me. For the very first time, I saw tears streaming from his eyes. My oldest brother was crying in front of me, and he never cried. Not even when our parents went missing, not even when we trudged through the forests for weeks, he never cried. And here he was, crying in front of me. His eyes held so much regret and pain that I felt my heart crack. It's my fault Mom and Dad are dead. I shook my head, but he continued talking. If I paid attention to you and Connor, I would have been able to stop that rogue. Mom and Dad wouldn't have gone after them, and they wouldn't have died. He sobbed silently as I stood there, listening patiently. I felt like I failed them. Like, I didn't do a good enough job. I took on the role of caring for you and Nick, but no matter what I do, I always feel this guilt inside me. What if? Those two words kept ringing in my ears every single day. When you shifted, I knew that you were part of the prophecy. I thought that if I mistreated you and made everyone hate you, you would have a lesser chance of being detected. I didn't want to lose you like I lost Connor to those rogues. I was frozen, shocked. Jake mistreated me to protect me. I thought if I made you feel inferior, you wouldn't shift in front of everyone, and you would be safer. Every day, I would beat myself up for beating you. There wasn't a day that passed without me feeling guilty for treating you like that. When you came back and got stronger, I got scared. I knew it was only a matter of time before they found you and took you away. But I finally accepted the fact that no matter what is thrown at you, you would always get back up and protect those that you love. He walked towards me, and our foreheads were almost touching. I'm sorry, Leah. Please forgive me. I couldn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. I nodded at him. I will forgive you in time, but I will never forget what you did to me, even if it was for my protection. Jake nodded in understanding. I understand. I want you to know that I am deeply sorry. I promise that I will be the big brother that you deserve, even if it takes 1,000,000 years, I will work for your forgiveness. He smiled at me and opened his arms in a silent invitation. A stray tear rolled down my face as I hugged my big brother. I finally have my brother's back. I couldn't be happier. Jake finally left, and I was lying on Lucas's bed when he came in. I looked over and saw my mate, my king. We sat together in silence, enjoying each other's company. I looked at Lucas and cupped his cheeks. I love you, Lucas. He kissed me back and whispered, I love you, Leah. We kissed again. It was a soft, tender, loving kiss, but then it turned intense and filled with passion. Lucas, I gasped. Lucas looked at me with love-filled eyes. Mark me. I whispered. Lucas wasted no time as his canine elongated. He licked the spot where I would bear his mark, and he bit me, marking me his. I could feel my own canine elongate as I did the same to him. I finally belonged to him as he belongs to me. That night, we fully mated with each other, and I could feel part of my soul merging with his as his soul merged with mine. We were finally one.
Epilogue. After the fight with the Black Ross's pack, Leah and Connor claim their rightful place as king and queen of the werewolf race. The council assists the new rulers on how to govern the lands. Leah finally accepted Lucas as her mate, and they both got married after a year. During that year, Leah was always busy with meetings and classes, but Lucas helped her through it. In the end, they became king and queen of the werewolves. After 5 years of being together, they had a 4-year-old son, Arthur, who was named after Leah's father. They also have a daughter named Amelia, who is currently 2 years old. Being such a pure-hearted wolf, everyone is overprotective of her, especially her father, who threatened to kill any boy who dared to look at her weirdly. Connor and Katie completed their mating process a week after they found each other. They now had 3-year-old twins, both boys named Troy and Trent. The 3-year-old boys were also very protective of Amelia. Connor and Katie also became the king and queen of the werewolves. They governed the north and east sides, while Lucas and Leah governed the south and west sides. Jake finally met his mate months after he apologized to Leah. They now have a son, who is living happily in the Silver Moon Pack. Nick met his mate a year later, after he joined the Shadow Valley Pack. Since his sister became queen, he took the role of becoming the Shadow Valley Pack's beater. He found his mate when he was attacking a hunter's base. They were fully mated and just got married. Jace finally accepted the fact that his mate is dead and his son won't ever come back. He worked day and night and finally found a lone she-wolf. They fell in love instantly and are now expecting their second daughter. Finn became a well-known master of computers and worked for the council, where he became one of the wealthiest werewolves besides the royalty. Kent stayed with the Silver Moon Pack when he found his mate and became the pack's enforcer. Trey lived with Leah in the royal castle, where he took care of Arthur and Amelia whenever Leah and Lucas were busy. He still hasn't found his mate, but is still searching. Ryan, along with his mate, Cassidy, has about 3 children now, and they're expecting their 4th child. After the battle, Ryan became good friends with Jace, and his pack became one of the most substantial packs in the werewolf world. The werewolf world prospered, living in peace and harmony. Everything was finally all right. The rogues became fewer, because they started joining packs, or making new packs. Hunters dwindled and almost disappeared completely. When they stopped near a clearing, Leah and Lucas were running through the forest, enjoying the night air. They shifted back to human form and held each other. "Leah, will you be with me forever?" Lucas asked. Leah turned and looked at her husband, her mate, her best friend, and her king. Her eyes filled with love for this man whom she could call hers. "Forever and ever," she said breathlessly. Lucas gave her a sweet kiss as he replied, "Howl with me." Leah smiled at him, "Howl at my side." They both shifted as their wolves howled together in perfect harmony. Tilde 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 the end tilde tilde tilde. And with that, Cordelia's journey in the Shadow Valley pack comes to a close. She's faced rejection, discovered her inner strength, and found a new family, one that will support her through whatever challenges come next. The road ahead is still uncertain, but one thing is clear: Cordelia is no longer the broken girl she once was. She's a force to be reckoned with. We'd love to hear your thoughts. What lesson did you take away from Cordelia's story? Was it her resilience, her ability to keep moving forward, or the power of finding love in the most unexpected places? And which character did you connect with the most? Was it Cordelia's strength, Lucas's vulnerability, or Jace's mysterious charm? Leave your thoughts and favorite character in the comments below. We can't wait to hear from you. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to stay updated. You can also explore our playlists for more captivating werewolf tales that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Thank you for joining us on this unforgettable journey. Until next time, keep howling at the moon and believing in the power of love and destiny.